Good morning and welcome. I welcome all those of you who are here and those that will be watching live stream on YouTube. We are thankful to have you here, and we're excited to be able to bring a community of people together to serve you and to bless you. I'm so excited to be able, one more time, to be able to present a Wounded Heart seminar. This is the 5th one, called Change Our Tomorrow Today. But now that we're here, we're changing our tomorrow right now, today. To me, there's nothing more rewarding or more remarkable than to leave a legacy on this earth. I've been in the church for over 24 years here. I'm a teacher, I've been a detox counselor, I've been a sexual assault crisis counselor. But you know, when you get to be my age, those who can't teach, right? And when you start to get to the end of that, those who can't teach start to train others. And I just hope that many others will follow in being the change. I want to make a difference in the lives of your children, your loved ones, and others. We see today so many people complaining and whining and carrying on about what's happening in our world. And just recently, we have had deaths resulting from domestic violence, resulting from anger and mental illness. We've seen rape and child abuse right in our own area. And everybody complains and says, what's going on? What's going on in this world? Why is this happening? Why doesn't somebody do something about it? Well, I'm going to challenge you today to do something about it. That's what we have to do. We have to be the change. We have to speak up. We have to reach out to these people. There are tons and tons of things that you will find out through this day, through the speakers, and through our time here, that we will show you how you can be the change. And I know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, I don't have the time. I'm so busy. I've got this to do and that to do, and I work and I'm raising kids. But I'm telling you, if you want to raise those kids in a better world than we're facing right now, then be the change. Take just a little bit of time and find where you can serve. If it's for an hour a week or if it's for 8 hours a week, there's something that you can do. Well, my life has been dedicated to counseling, educating, and ministering to addicts and SA survivors, as well as medicine. I want to be able to give you just a short summary of today's activities. You will see in front of you an agenda. And for those that are only listening, we'll share some things with you about what's going to happen. The program that you see will show the speakers in the order that they are going to appear. And a complimentary luncheon will be served for you around about 12. We're running a little late. Our traffic and technical difficulties helped us do that, but not too bad. We're not doing too bad. So if you need to know what's going on, you'll have all the information that you need in that agenda. I do want to say for those people in the sanctuary, there's a handicapped bathroom upstairs. There's bathrooms downstairs. I also want to tell you that there's no smoking on the church premises, but what you do in your car is up to you. Also, I want you to know that the luncheon is complimentary, but we do graciously accept any donations. There are handouts in the back, and there will be more as the day goes on when different speakers from different agencies come. There will be a speaker from Turning Point, a speaker from Safe Horizons, and I'm sure that they have some handouts that they will lay out there too for you. Your folders have some handouts and resources in them, but also you may pick up more and add to them. If you want duplicates, that's fine. Just let us know. If during our talks and our time you start to get a little bit emotional and you feel that you need some support, please let our ushers know who are at the back, and they will find somebody to either pray with you if you need or want, if that's your desire, talk with you, share with you, or help calm you down. Kleenex provided in the pews for those who might think that they need it. And we will have water up on the pew for those who, when they speak, get a little dry. Okay, so let's begin. There's a handicap restroom, as I said, up here, so we would be glad to have you, those who have trouble going up and down the stairs. Also, I want you to know that there's no eating in the sanctuary, but drinks, if you have a cap on them where they won't spill over, is not a problem. These are emotional subjects, so we expect it to get a little emotional today. Some will be uplifting. In fact, I tried very, very hard. My nephew is a comedian, but I'm not so much a comedian, but I really tried hard to start out with something very funny. And you know what? I couldn't come up with it. My brain just didn't want to be funny this morning. So if you have something funny to say, we'll let you say it so that we can get some humor mixed in with the very important, serious subjects we're talking about. My goals today, okay, are to see the chains of bondage broken that keep wounds, resentment, and unforgiveness in your heart and keep you from healing. So many of us carry so many wounds from the past. I'm a domestic violence survivor of more than one time, and I know that even at this old age, I still have to remind myself there are still buttons that can be pushed. And we grow, and as we grow, we heal, but we don't get perfected. We're not perfect. We are human beings. But we're going to show you a way that you can heal and you can start to grow. One of my other goals is that walls will be removed to keep you from moving forward to be all that you can be, and that we know and that you were designed and destined to be. My goal is that the hope will rise in the hopeless. My heart's desire is that many of you will receive empowerment today, enlightenment, and additional information that this community and communities around you and others and your families will continue to join us in the future to initiate a mighty movement toward promoting change in our world as we know it today. I remember a past president saying, let's make America great again. Well, let's make our families great again. Let's make our communities great again. Let's make our churches great again. And let's get these churches together for what our common knowledge is to help make things great again. I also hope that we will ignite a fire in each and every one of you to have a burden to see others set free as I have been. That is the greatest desire. For some, subject matter may open some deep wounds, and we have help, resources, counselors, and ministers to initiate further healing, because we want you to grow. For others, healing may occur as they share their experiences, their challenges, their growth, and their education. Hopefully, that we will all become more aware of the complexities of addiction, the relationship to domestic violence and sexual assault. Love the testimonies of overcoming power and have the opportunity to reflect upon chains that keep us in bondage. Today is a day to break bondages of addiction. Break those chains, the relationship to dramatic portrayals domestic violence of wounded sexual and heal. Love the testimonies of overcoming power and have the opportunity. I sincerely hope you will stay through the entire program because it's going to be powerful. Today is a day to break bondages of addiction. Break those chains, the relationship to dramatic portrayals. I also want to say, too, that I hope that you will make new relationships and begin networking. I know that one thing I do want to warn you about is that I know that there are people are coming in at various times. They have busy schedules, they work, etc. And so they will be coming in. Don't let I also want to say, too, that I hope that you will make new relationships and begin. I'm a survivor of abandonment. I know that one thing I do want to warn you about is that I know that there are people are coming in at various times and taught me what I needed to know. Schedules, but the wounds began there. And a DV survivor and in today's world, we are seeing so much that I hope that you will make new relationships and begin. I'm a survivor survivor of abandonment. I know that, so without thanking God for my grandparents, I am very excited to have coming in some professional who has given her services for years, and now that a DV survivor and today also my family so much more that I hope that you may have not left her. I see her back. I'm a survivor of abandonment. I know that, so without thanking God for my grandparents, I am very excited back coming in and we had a last given her services for years, and now that a DV survivor and today also my family so much more that I hope that you may have not left her. I see her back. I'm a survivor of abandonment. I know that, so without thanking God for my pictures, I am very excited back coming in and we had a last given her services.
I was actually an intern at Turning Point back in 2019 before the pandemic hit. And then after I graduated, they decided they wanted to hire me back. So here I am. I'm doing the same thing that I was doing when I was an intern. So I am a prevention educator, which means that I go out into the community. I talk to kids in middle schools and high schools all around Macomb County about topics such as healthy relationships, gender socialization, consent, domestic violence, sexual violence. And I'm also a sexual assault and community engagement specialist. So that means a lot of things, but I'm covered under a grant where I can go out into the community and provide resources to survivors who may need them, especially in marginalized communities. And so right now I'm currently working with Macomb County Libraries and Oakland University, trying to get resources into those places across Macomb County. So, can everybody see up here?
Yes.
Okay. So these are all of Turning Point services. They are all open to the public, free of charge. The only ones that would cost money would be our housing program. So we have a 24-hour hotline. We have highly trained advocates who are available every single day, all of the time. You can call the hotline for any reason. It does not have to pertain specifically to domestic violence, sexual violence, or human trafficking, which are the populations that we work with. You can call and remain anonymous. You can call if you're having a bad day. Teens can call as well. You don't have to be a certain age to call, and you don't have to live in just Macomb County. And we can also assist folks with safety planning too. Feel free to take a picture of this slide too if you would like any Turning Point numbers. Also, there should be handouts, so you can grab those as well. We have an emergency shelter. So this is an accessible building. It has 52 beds, 13 bedrooms. We house men, women, children who are fleeing from domestic violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking. We have our housing program, so this is more long-term than the emergency shelter. We provide up to 2 years of long-term housing for those who need assistance with rental assistance, or if they have bad credit and they're fleeing from violence. We have our FNEP program. We call it FNEP. It's our Forensic Nurse Examiner program and First Response Advocacy. So these folks go out into the community. They are also on call 24/7 all the time, just like the hotline. And our nurses provide forensic exams to adults and children who have experienced strangulation, physical violence, or sexual violence of any kind. And then our first response advocates are there to be on call and, possibly meet the immediate needs of folks who may need it. That could be at 3 a.m. That could be at, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we also have trauma advocacy and counseling. We are actually at capacity right now, unfortunately, but hopefully we are back up soon. So this is also free, and when I go into middle schools and high schools, I like to tell the kids that if you are 14 years of age or older, you can receive up to 12 sessions of counseling without parental consent, because we know that sometimes Teen safe people might not be their parents, but if they go over that 12 sessions, or they're under 14 years old, then yes, they would have to get parental consent. We have a personal protection order office located in downtown Mount Clemens. We help people file PPOs. We do it mainly online now through e-filing. In that same office, we have legal advocates. They are not attorneys by any means, but they are very well versed in the legal system, know a lot about victims' rights, and they can accompany survivors to court because, I mean, going to court for one can be really stressful, overwhelming. It can be really difficult to navigate, and also having to retell your story over and over to different people can even be re-triggering and re-traumatizing. So we have those folks. We have community and prevention education. That is what I do in both of my roles. So I, speak to youth. I also speak to law enforcement, CPS, libraries, basically anybody who requests a presentation. And we focus on actions we can all take to support survivors while holding offenders accountable for their actions. We're always fundraising and holding events all of the time. We have Secondhand Rose. It is our thrift store. We actually just moved to a new location. It is much bigger. You like it? Yeah, it's very, very nice. We had the ribbon cutting a few weeks ago, so there's a lot more space. Turning Point owns this store, and all of the proceeds go back into Turning Point programs to support survivors. And survivors who live in our shelter can shop there on a voucher system. We always need volunteers and interns. Realistically, we need about 16 interns a semester. And we're not getting that many right now, especially after the pandemic. But we simply cannot do this work without volunteers. So if you're interested, you're more than welcome to come up to me after the presentation and talk with me about it. My friend is a volunteer specialist, and I can get you in touch with her. And lastly, if you want to learn more about our community engagement team, you can visit our website at turningpointmacomb.org. All right, it's a little bit laggy, but we'll be fine. So these are Turning Point's guiding principles. Everything that we do at Turning Point is survivor-centered, trauma-informed, and advocacy-based, meaning that we follow the wants and needs of survivors. They know their situations best. It is their story. Our staff are informed on how trauma may present and the impact that it has on a survivor, and that looks different for every single person. We work with survivors to advocate for the enforcement of their rights and or to create rights where gaps exist within our systems, because we know, unfortunately, that sometimes gaps do exist within our systems. And we are rooted in anti-oppression and empowerment, meaning that we recognize that domestic violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking even may be connected to oppression, and that not all individuals have the same access or experience trying to get certain services. So we try to work to dismantle all forms of oppression where and when we can. And we view empowerment as an evidence-based approach that makes the survivor the expert in their own story to help restore their own sense of power. So we use a strengths-based shared power approach, provide resources and support to help them empower themselves along their own healing journey. So as Terry mentioned, I will be talking about human trafficking, so I just wanted to give you a content disclaimer that there might be content in this presentation that might be upsetting to some folks or unsettling, and then maybe not for others. So just keep that in mind, please. If you need to, take time for yourself, step out, take care of yourself, come back, talk to me afterwards. So yeah. So this is more of a broad presentation on human trafficking. I know that a lot of folks want to know the statistics right around human trafficking, where it occurs, why it occurs, how frequently it occurs. So this might be disappointing, but we do not have concrete statistics to give you on human trafficking, and I will get into why that is. But what I can tell you is that there is a report of human trafficking in every Michigan zip code. So that is what I can tell you. I don't have concrete statistics, but if you are interested, you can write this down. You can go to the PolarisProject.com. So that is POLARIS project. They have great information on human trafficking. Just be careful with your sources, because some sources are not credible or reliable. But that one is. So, human trafficking involves the use of force, fraud, or coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act. So human trafficking is comprised of both sex and labor trafficking, and we will briefly touch on those today. So within these overlapping spaces, we know that human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual violence are all rooted in power and control. Okay, these are the root causes of all of these different forms of violence. Even more, all of these different forms of violence are more likely to be perpetrated by somebody that you already know or are already familiar with. So we hear a lot of stereotypes about it being strangers, stranger danger. That's not necessarily true. I'm not saying that that's completely not true. I'm sure that does happen from time to time. Tactics that might be used by perpetrators of human trafficking, domestic and sexual violence are isolation, coercion, and even financial control. And all folks who experience these things experience some form of trauma. It is important to remember that no one form of violence or abuse is worse than the other. Some can be more lethal, okay? But I can't sit next to a sexual violence survivor and say, oh, I'm sorry, the person who experienced human trafficking had it way worse than you. All survivors deserve support. Their experiences deserve to be acknowledged. And trauma is simply based on the brain's perception of things, which is why trauma is so different from person to person. For over 40 years, Turning Point has provided services to people who have experienced exploitation and or a loss of power and control as a result of these three different spaces. Oh, there we go. Okay. So Turning Point, as you know, does provide emergency shelter, transitional housing, first response advocacy, and additional services to all survivors of human trafficking, labor, or sex, regardless of their gender, their sexual orientation, and even their sobriety status. So anyone who is a survivor of trafficking is eligible for our services. So that means if survivors choose not to remain sober while receiving our services, then that is their choice, and we will still work with them regardless. We are simply here to assist survivors during their own healing journey, and there are organizations existing already that likely provide similar services, but they may have certain requirements. So the goal of our program is to offer opportunities for survivors to really just identify what they want out of life and to work towards that, including their healing, financial stability, improved health, among many other different things. All right. So I'm going to briefly touch on intersectionality. When we introduce the concept of intersectionality, what we mean is that we all hold multiple identities at once. Sometimes some of our identities are privileged and some are not so privileged. Regardless, these different identities intersect in our day-to-day life and create a widely unique experience, including when we are trying to access different services. Things to remember are that we can't assume that somebody is facing only one form of oppression. And the more oppression we face, the more vulnerable we are. It is understanding that many of the people we serve are in the middle of at least one road, usually more, and we can't assume that they are only in the human trafficking road, for instance. It is possible that they could be experiencing both human trafficking and food insecurity, or human trafficking and some sort of disability, or homelessness, or maybe they're limited English speaking, or LGBTQ identifying, just to name a few marginalized identities. But it is our job to build programming and supports that are responsive to survivors' whole experience. So we're gonna watch a quick video. I believe it's about 6 minutes. And I believe both of these human trafficking survivors were trafficked in Michigan. So we can watch it, and then I will briefly touch on it. Yeah, let me go.
We absolutely love technology. While she's trying to get her video to work, I just want to share with you quickly that I became interested in trafficking when one of the teachers that I co-taught with at Ross Medical became involved with a friend who started Providence House in Detroit. I don't know if you've heard of that, or even if Miranda has heard of Providence House. We attended a fundraiser for them and began to hear a lot of stories about women who had been trafficked and got loose and came back to get help, and got help through Providence House, got an education. And we attended the fundraiser and were able to hear their stories. And it really touched on me about how prevalent this is. Providence House has grown now to have a big unit out in the Oxford area, both for men and women who have been taken and used in that manner. And it's very close to my heart because I see so many parents today neglecting to keep a really strong eye on their children and letting their children be unsupervised. John and I both saw a couple of young children in our neighborhood, no parents around anywhere. And that's what predators look for. They look for those children that are left alone, and they can snatch them so quick. All you have to do is turn your head, your child's there, and then all of a sudden they're gone. And they use them for various types of things, as Miranda has shared with you. So trafficking is something that's very definitely here. Recently, in the Harrison Township area, there was a gentleman who attempted to meet up, who was a predator, and attempted to meet up with an underage young lady in the Kroger parking lot, and that was in the news. I'm sure you might have seen that. So it's happening all the time, and sometimes we are not as well aware of it as we probably should be. It's important to make your families know, or your young people, or I know there's some young people here who have very young children, to always be watching, always be keeping them near you. Don't let them out of your sight for a minute. Don't leave them in a car and run into the gas station. You don't know how quick somebody can break a window, get in your car, and take off with them. It's happened many times. So it's important to be aware of such things. I shared with my granddaughter the other day about how surprised I was to see a message on the Facebook where a parent was talking about playing games in the Target store with their child, and they would sit at Starbucks having something to drink and send their kids off to play hide and seek, but tell them not to cause a disturbance. Well, how many kids are playing in a store? Don't cause a disturbance, number one, but that's what the predators look for. They're in those places looking to snatch them up at any time. So you need to be really aware of what's going on. And back to Miranda.
Thank you. All right. Uh-oh.
No sound?
No sound. The worst comes to worst, I won't play the video, but I'd like to show it. Hey, this happened to me 2 days ago.
It's a good thing I like to talk.
I wonder where I get it from.
Yeah, my family, my daughter and my granddaughter both are talkers as well. Again, I just want to reiterate how excited we are to be here, to be able to share information, educational information. Personal testimonies are coming up. But I do want to say that, you know, sometimes when we're getting ready to speak, even if we're seasoned speakers, and we've done this over and over again, we get the butterflies, we get the anxieties, we get a little fear. I want to remind you that courage is not the absence of fear, but it's the moving forward in spite of it. Also, our past and the garbage that has been laid upon us sometimes are the things that we've faced in our past. It doesn't have to determine who we are, but it can determine who we become. And that's important. I also want to share with those that are going to be here, and I put it later in the program because I know some people are coming in after 11. You had a little gift bag when you came in, and in that gift bag there are some items, and not all of their items are not just for, oh, here's some stuff that you can have to be fun and to welcome you for being here. There's 2 items in that bag that are going to be used for something later on that's surprising you. So I want you not to do anything with them at this point. One is a little purple pen. The other one is a little blue pocket mirror. Please do not open it up yet. All right? There's a reason for that, and we'll tell you about that later. Again, if you need water or something to drink, that's there for you as well. The handouts on the back table, the books, everything is complimentary and free. If you do want to provide if you want to provide a donation for some of the transfers, I think they're called, right, Ashley? They're transfers. The donations will be graciously accepted. She did a hard work on that. Also, I want to acknowledge, since we will be posting this live later, I want to acknowledge Gypsy Signs. They graciously put that beautiful, beautiful, amazing sign out in front, and they donated it for our perusal. So I want to acknowledge their business. Those are expensive, and I'm sure you've seen the happy birthdays, happy anniversary signs, and they made one for our seminar. So I'm very happy to mention that Stacy Saparian and Maureen have that business, and were giving us that awesome sign that you see out there. You back?
Yes.
We're back to the sound on the video.
All right.
I was born and raised in Jackson, Michigan.
I was born in Togo, Africa.
I just turned 13 years old. I was having some struggles with my family, being in and out of foster care, my parents disappearing for long periods of time. I was going to the Jackson County Fair, and he approached me. He didn't seem threatening at all.
I came to the United States with a family friend. His name is Kojo Jean-Claude Toviave. He promised my parents that he's gonna give me a great education and a better opportunity here in the U.S. I was 7 years old when he brought me here.
He gave me $20, and he dropped me off in front of the Sheridan Inn downtown, and he told me that if I wanted to be with him, that I would be sitting in front of that bus stop in 1 hour. And if I didn't, there was $20, go back to the fair, have a nice life, and I would never see him again. And because of all the abandonment issues that I already experienced, when he said he wasn't going to come back, I sat there for that whole hour thinking that I had did something wrong and he didn't want me. And so when he showed up an hour later, I felt relieved, so I left with him.
We were put into second grade. During the weekend, that's where things is completely different. He would take me and one other child. We would go to someone's house, fix cars, clean houses, paint, and we would never see the money or see any of that labor that we just did. Everything goes to him. And if we don't do things correct, we get beaten to the point where we can walk, we can write, we can eat, we can sit.
There was a lot of brainwashing going on, and I believe that this person was the only one that cared about me. But again, that was the only person that ever stayed. My parents even left, and he didn't. And like what he wanted me to do, I was like, as long as he's not going to leave, I'm okay with it. I shared my story, and they go, "Oh, well, you were trafficked." No, I wasn't. I was hoeing, or I was prostituting. I understood that language, but I didn't understand human trafficking.
We were told not to trust anybody. Nobody. He told us that if we ever tell anybody who we are, what we do, we'll be deported. And we will never see our families again. As much as I want to tell somebody what's happening, I just couldn't. I was scared. Very, very scared.
Later on, at 38 years old, I did not know how to pay bills. I didn't know how to take care of children, even though I had already had 3. I didn't know how to cook. I didn't know how to do any of those things because I was dependent on somebody else doing them, and that's one way that they kept control.
When I met one of my wonderful 5th grade teachers, even though I'm not screaming saying help me, they can tell that I need help because they see the signs. And they start to ask questions. And the first time I said something, the Department of Human Service came to the school. They interviewed us. They went behind me and talked to Kojo. While they did that, what they didn't know is that things got even worse. I was put, I was locked up in a room, no food. I was starved for 2 days. I was beaten with a belt because I opened my mouth and I said something. That was the worst day I could remember. That beating just elevated me to do more, to advocate for myself. Because at that point I knew something's not right. During that period of time, the University of Michigan Human Traffic, meaning Bridget and her team of lawyers, they come and rescue us and start to do paperwork for us and everything that we need to be documented so we can stay in the U.S.
I ended up going to prison because of the lifestyle I was living. When I got out of prison, I had never held a job. I stayed clean off drugs, and then I became a peer support specialist. And it was using my lived experience to be able to help other people. And so now I go around the state and I do trainings for individuals that want to be certified as recovery coaches, peer support specialists. I do a lot in human trafficking and justice involvement. It's impacting people's lives. So I love what I do.
I came to the U.S. to get education. I did. I graduated from college, and I couldn't be happier. I accomplished that. Even my dad, my biological father, is not alive to see me or, hear about it. But I know he's like in heaven, smiling down at me that I accomplished the goal that we both have together. The goal that he had for me, and I accomplished it.
Jeffrey Epstein's victims went to school every day and went home to their parents every night, and nobody noticed. Why? In 2006, federal investigators raided one of my traffickers' homes.
So I know that video can be very difficult to watch. Does anybody have any thoughts on that video? It's really different when you're seeing human trafficking survivors in your own state and you hear their stories, right? So Kwame, the male, he was a survivor of labor trafficking at a very young age. I believe he said that he moved here in second grade. And he stated that his trafficker used what we know as a very common tactic, threats of deportation, especially among labor trafficking survivors. He experienced incredible violence, and it's possible that he would not be here today. But he advocated for himself, even knowing that there could be repercussions from his trafficker. It is not always possible for entities to intervene safely, but thankfully, in this case, for Kwame, it was. Usually this is the point in my presentation where I would go on a whole rant about empowering mandated reports, but that looks different for every profession. Deborah was also a survivor of sex trafficking. She stated that she grew up in the foster care system. And while this doesn't go for everyone, risk factors for trafficking can include recent migration, substance use, disabilities, poverty, involvement with the child welfare system, so being a runaway foster youth or just runaway or homeless youth in general. These factors can make a person more vulnerable, which can in turn be exploited by traffickers to leverage that power and control. She talked about one way in which her trafficker was able to maintain that power and control over her was by prohibiting her from gaining certain life skills, like cooking, cleaning, caring for the children, knowing how to pay bills. And she explained that this continued her dependence on her trafficker. So, our services do look a little bit different than other anti-trafficking programs. People who have been exploited and traumatized need to gain power and control over their lives and safety, and our services help to do that. Empowerment looks like matching language. So using words that a survivor would use to describe their situation. For example, if someone says that they feel absolutely enraged, it's okay to repeat back to them, you know what, it sounds like you are feeling absolutely enraged. I say this a lot, but failing to match a person's language can cause more harm. So this is all part of the harm reduction, because they feel like they may feel like we are not adequately listening to them, or that we might be uncomfortable with the way they are expressing their feelings or experiences, which can then in turn make them not want to open up to us. Even more, other ways you can empower folks is by recognizing differences, okay? So it's important that we not only acknowledge, but accept differences in appearance, behavior, and culture. We simply don't know everything, and we must be willing to learn from others and respect those differences. Even more, it is important that we are not assuming that a survivor has the same values as us. For instance, I very much so value financial security and stability. So I may want that same thing for a survivor that I know, personally or professionally, but that simply might not be on their list of priorities right now. They might be prioritizing more basic needs, like food, shelter, water, for example. So I shall not impose my values and beliefs on a survivor. We know that survivors are doing their best to survive, and sometimes with that, they may make choices for themselves that we may not make if we were in their shoes, and that's completely okay. Empowerment is not rescue. Human trafficking isn't like Taken, and we are not Liam Neeson. What we may typically see in the media, for instance, Law & Order SVU, shows like that, is an FBI bust down the door type of raid where they were tipped off and rescued 20 plus people in the process. I'm not saying this does not happen, but more than most of the time, this is not actually very realistic. Empowerment is making sure survivors are at least aware that they have a range of options, even if they don't ask. Offering options in an empowering way may include asking someone something like, if you had the chance to fix one thing right now, what might that be? Even more, listening to a survivor, making yourself available, so not looking at your phone, looking at your watch, looking around, looking at the clock, looking at distractions, taking out your earbuds, simply showing compassion and empathy. We don't want to come off as uninterested or apathetic when a survivor is trying to talk to us about their experience. So let's get into the facts that we do know about human trafficking. It has been a very hot topic in recent years, and what we see in the media is typically inaccurate and very, very highly sensationalized. When we buy into the myths and the fear-mongering, we miss human trafficking for what it actually is, and survivors for who they actually are. Now, although there is no one defining characteristic that all human trafficking victims share across the globe, traffickers around the world frequently prey on individuals who are poor, vulnerable, living in unsafe or unstable situations, or are in search of a better life. Some of the most vulnerable populations for trafficking in the US include American Indian and Alaska Native communities, LGBTQIA plus individuals, people with disabilities, undocumented migrants, and homeless youth, like I stated. This is not to say that only marginalized identities can become trafficked. Because just like with domestic and sexual violence, anyone of any background can experience human trafficking. So we apply that same concept to human trafficking as we do with domestic and sexual violence because, again, and I know I sound very redundant, but the root causes of these problems are power and control. So human trafficking is underreported for so many reasons, just like domestic and sexual violence. Why do we think that is? Why do we think that some people might not want to come forward and talk about their experiences with human trafficking?
Shame.
Shame is a huge one, yeah. What else? Fear? Yeah. Guilt, definitely. They may feel like it was their fault, even though we know it wasn't. What else?
Their own head can get out of them, and they can make their head think that it's their fault.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, victim blaming, self-blame, thinking, oh my goodness, I got myself into this situation. What else?
Can't see a way out.
Yeah, maybe they can't see a way out. Maybe they don't even know that what they experienced was human trafficking. Even more, having to rely on the criminal justice system sometimes is enough for survivors to want to be like, no, I want absolutely nothing to do with this. I'm not going to come forward. This is going to be more of a headache than it is going to help me. Along with that could be defamation or public scrutiny from the public if they do go forward and want to press charges, because people don't understand the dynamics around human trafficking. Fear of retaliation from their trafficker, right? If you tell anybody that I trafficked you, I will hurt you or your family or your pets. I know where you live, I know where you work. Sobriety status. Some people are simply not sober, and so they might not want to come forward and get services because there are certain organizations that might not provide people with services if they don't meet a certain requirement. Turning Point is not one of those organizations. Citizenship status, fear of deportation. Okay, maybe the trafficker's like, if you say anything, I will get you deported. Maybe somebody is being labor or trafficked in a rural area, very rural, let's just imagine that. And maybe this trafficker has connections to law enforcement in a very small town. That's scary. It's quite possible that when most folks think of human trafficking, they think of sex trafficking only. This is because labor trafficking is so widely underrepresented in the media, and even more in comparison to domestic and sexual violence. There's just a lack of data around human trafficking altogether. So yeah, while I would like to share statistics, we don't have any concrete examples or numbers to share. But what I can tell you is that it is usually, not someone in a white van in a grocery store parking lot in the middle of the day. Okay, this is just another stereotype that we see, highly sensationalized through the media, and it comes from a lack of media literacy. I'm not saying this doesn't happen, but I'm saying more than most times it probably doesn't. Traffickers don't want to draw attention to themselves. Other reasons why we do not find it appropriate to share the lack of data is because it can cause inaccurate perceptions around where it occurs, why it occurs, how frequently it occurs, unreliable resources like I talked about, and it can cause more potential harm to folks who are currently experiencing trafficking if we don't actually know the data. Let's talk about traffickers. Most often, not all the time, but most often, perpetrators of trafficking may hold more power and privileged identities. Even more, they are more likely to be somebody that we are already familiar with, like I stated. A trafficker's privileged status benefits them in a way that they may not be questioned for perpetrator-like behavior. Just as with domestic and sexual violence perpetrators, it is often a shock to other people once a perpetrator has been exposed. Why do we think that is? Why do we think some people might be shocked when a perpetrator is finally exposed for perpetrator-like behavior?
Because they were so nice.
Because they were nice.
You trusted them.
Yeah, maybe you trust this person. I'm sorry? Yeah. Yeah, they could be a pillar of the community. Yeah, a lot of times perpetrators are friendly, they're extremely charming, they're usually well-liked, they might have families of their own, they might be successful, and the reason why we might think that they're nice and why we may trust them is because they're good at manipulating other people into trusting them. Even more, they may have access to vulnerable populations. And I will cover this in a moment, but it is highly unlikely that a trafficker will just start off as being abusive or controlling. It often occurs very gradually over time, just as with domestic violence, okay? Because if you're going on that first date and somebody says, hey, I'm abusive, you're gonna book it out of there, right? It usually happens over a long period of time. So for example, a trafficker may be caring and loving at first, and then try to convince a survivor that they could support their family or be a good partner by engaging in labor or commercial sex acts. Perpetrators look for three things. We call it the VAC model: vulnerability, accessibility, and credibility. So vulnerable populations may also be perceived as less credible by other people, which may decrease the likelihood of survivors being believed. Traffickers may not always use physical violence, but rather other tactics as well, like isolation, intimidation, coercion, legal abuse, financial exploitation, withholding documents or threatening deportation, threats to maintain power and control. Traffickers may build relationships with survivors so that they may feel dependent on their trafficker, or even love them. And we know sometimes that people do love their abusers and their traffickers. But that's a whole other presentation. It's not always substance use, mental illness, or anger issues that cause trafficking. Sometimes these things can escalate things, but there is no actual correlation. There are many folks who actually live with these problems every day and don't cause harm to other people. That's why we know that the root cause, the very root cause of all of these problems are about power and control. So let's talk a little bit about survivors. We know that each survivor is incredibly different, experiencing different barriers according to not only their life experiences, but their intersecting identities or both. Survivors of domestic and sexual violence are vulnerable to human trafficking. Similarly, survivors of human trafficking are vulnerable to domestic and sexual violence. And this comes from the Michigan Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. Survivors may not know that they have experienced abuse, and they may not come out and say, hey, I've been trafficked. We need to remember that human trafficking is multifaceted and very complex. At Turning Point, we are here to support survivors, again, even if they make decisions that we don't agree with. Ultimately, it is their life, it is their story, and they know what's best for them. And we try to encourage them to, empower themselves, but we do not push them into services or resources that they have not asked for, because that is very disempowering and that can push them away. So we try to meet survivors where they are, wherever it is that they are. So this is the AMP model. This is the action means purpose model. So looking at this legal model, we know that survivors will not use these specific terms, but we look for certain things when survivors use their own language to discern if they have experienced any of the following, okay? So action. So the action would be either being induced, recruited, harbored, transported, provided, or obtained through a means of force, fraud, or coercion into either commercial sex or labor, okay? So again, when survivors come to Turning Point, I doubt that they are familiar with the AMP model. This is something that we use, but it's highly unlikely that they're gonna say, hey, Miranda, I was transported through coercion into labor trafficking. That's just not gonna happen. And then at the bottom here, down here it says minors, so anybody under 18. Minors induced into commercial sex are human trafficking victims, regardless if force, fraud, or coercion is present. Okay, so keep that in mind. Even if they believe they have consented, it is still human trafficking. So I won't keep you folks too much longer, but there are ways that you can support survivors in your personal life. or in your professional life, okay? So I think one of the most important things to survivors is that you tell them you believe them, okay? Statistics show that more than 92% of the time, somebody is telling the truth when they have come to you and tell you that they have experienced violence. So that means that only 2 to 8% of the time, somebody is not telling the truth. So, survivors may have been told or shown somewhere along the way that they were not going to be believed about what happened to them, and so that they shouldn't come forward. So if you tell them you believe them, you can have a monumental impact on their healing journey. You can listen to survivors without judgment, which I know can be very, very difficult. Wait until they are done speaking to respond. Try to avoid asking prompting questions. Don't poke and prod at them. That can be very invasive. As somebody who may care about the survivor, we may think that we need every single last detail of a survivor's story in order to know how to properly support them. But we don't. We might not want to know every single last detail. That can be hard for us to hear and hard for them to retell, okay? Survivors will tell you what they choose to tell you when they are ready, and you can simply ask, hey, how can I be here to support you? How can I help? Another way to support survivors is to educate yourself. So now you are familiar with human trafficking. That way, if you hear people coming up with crazy myths or stereotypes, you can be like, hey, actually, that's not true. And now you're familiar with certain resources like Turning Point in case somebody knows of somebody who may be experiencing something like this: exploitation, domestic violence, sexual violence. And along with educating ourselves, if we don't educate ourselves, we can perpetuate myths and stereotypes that harm survivors and hurt survivors. And if we are to make victim-blaming jokes or rape jokes or statements, and a survivor is in the room with us, and they care about us, and they love us, and they want to come to us and talk to us about what happened to them, they're not going to. Now, they're going to be like, I don't see you as a safe person. I don't trust you. You don't take these issues seriously. And then, even more, do not make choices for survivors. Again, sometimes they make choices we wouldn't, and that's okay. You can always, always, always offer survivors options. Options go such a long way, but don't make choices for them because they have previously had their power and control taken away, and we are trying to restore that by encouraging them to make their own decisions. And then make sure that you're caring for yourself. It can be so difficult, so hard to hear that somebody we know, love, or care about has survived one of these types of violence. And we can experience a different range of emotions that come with that too, and those are valid. And if a friend, a partner, a family member of yours has been impacted by any of these things, and it has hurt you, deeply hurt you, you might be a secondary survivor. And we provide services to secondary survivors at Turning Point, okay? So, ways to get involved with us: you can always share what you learned today. You can like and follow us on social media, attend or share any of our events, shop at our thrift store. We do have a TikTok. I partially run the TikTok/social media team. So most of the posts, or some of them, I guess, if you were to see on social media, might be something that I have created or not. And then if you would like, you're more than welcome to scan this QR code and let people at Turning Point know how I did with this presentation. And that's all I have for you folks today. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Miranda, for that startling, enlightening information. I know that human trafficking is a much broader entity than I thought it was. So I'm the one that was focusing on, the white van pulling the kids or the fellow in the store grabbing a child. I did not realize how broad this area is, and I'm so glad we had her here to give us that information. Remember, I said earlier, the past does not determine who I am, but rather what I can become. And we can at times let our afflictions or tragedies of this world that we live in define us and our future. But we can change it, and we can be the change. And as she shared with you, and we will be sharing more throughout this seminar today, is that we can be somebody who makes changes in what's going on in our society. You heard her say they need volunteers, so if you have only an hour or 2 or 6 a week, you can be part of making that change. As a domestic violence survivor, I know that those places are important. I spent my shelter area in La Casa, in the Howell area, when I had to leave my home. And I was asked after Miranda's education, I was asked to address what should a parent with children do when they have to go to a domestic violence shelter, and what do they take with them? And fortunately, I do have experience in that area. My children were young at the time, and when I was married to an abuser, and I had to leave, the household for my safety and go into a shelter. And I remember it very well to this day because I was still in college. I'm a nurse, but I was getting a further degree, and I remember having to take my daughter, who was very young at the time, bathe her in the bathroom to give her a bath. We had to stay in a room with women with other children, and now the shelters have expanded and become much better for living areas for those kinds of situations. But I remember trying to type my end thesis that I needed to do for the college on an electric typewriter. That's how long ago it was. And plug it in the bathroom away from the bathtub where she was taking a bath to get some privacy to be able to finish the work that I needed to do. And I was asked by one of the people here, what should a parent take if they have to leave a situation? Well, I had some education ahead of time, so I knew that if the situation arose that I felt threatened, that I kept money and keys to the car and my copy of my insurance and so forth, that I would keep it hidden if I had to take off and go really fast. And you don't have to worry about the kids' clothes. Don't worry about taking the time to pack up, because sometimes you don't have that time. And I didn't. And luckily, I only had one of my daughters at the time. The other ones were older and involved. But I went to that shelter. And fortunately, I did just take what you need: your license, your social security number, and take your keys and so forth, because those shelters are so equipped. One of the things that I have set up at Ross Medical that we do to help the shelters is we gather up the little samples. You know how you bring them home sometimes when you go to a hotel and you bring the shampoos and the conditioners and so forth? But we also took those kinds of things. So the shelters do have the shampoos and the deodorants and the diapers, and that's the kinds of things, if you want to be involved, that you can donate to these shelters, and they keep a whole just a whole area full of the things that you might need. I worked at Safe Horizons. I have been affiliated with Turning Point, so I love these places. I absolutely love what they do for domestic violence survivors, for sexual assault survivors, and now this trafficking area. We were supposed to have a speaker come in at this time, and luckily we had somebody to fill in for the one that unfortunately became ill and couldn't manage to be here. But I want to let you know that, again, remind you that the speakers and the people that are coming in, there's lots of handouts, and any time that if you don't get all the information you need today from here, contact us. You can get a hold of me at tkovacs, at rosseducation.com, .edu, I'm sorry. You can get a hold of me on Facebook. You can call the church here and get a hold of me, and I'll get you the resources that you need. And these speakers are giving you places where you can get a hold of them. I know that already some of you have been touched by some of this. I can see the monitor back there and watch what's going on up here, but I also can see the reactions of people that are in the audience. And so if you need help, if you need to talk to somebody, if something touches a nerve and you see that these places have these resources, be sure to contact them. I put some handouts in your folders, especially warning signs of child sexual abuse. I'm very concerned about that. And as I said before, I'm appalled at the willingness of some families to let their children be unsupervised. We need to stop it now. One young lady just I believe it was just Romeo yesterday, was approached by a man that pulled over and asked her if she had a boyfriend and did she need a ride. Fortunately, she said, no, I don't need a ride, and went to the nearest house and called the police. Teach your children. If you need help, get out of a domestically violent situation. Throughout the day, there will be information shared to you about what living in that kind of situation can evolve to. I know myself, I learned the hard way. If they begin to push you, shove you, verbally abuse you, then you know sooner or later it's going to escalate. I want to interject here, too, that it's not just girls. It's, as you've already heard, it's boys that can become victims as well of sexual assault and incest. You'll probably hear some stories about that today. It seems that they are often the forgotten victims, and we want to. That's why we invited everybody here. I also want to interject, just before we introduce our next speaker, that the reason we opened this up to everything today is because they're so interrelated. I found out very early on that alcoholism can destroy a family. And as I said, I was abandoned as a child, but many of my family, was alcoholics, and I started studying alcoholism in high school. I'm a nurse, so I thought I could fix everybody. I went into all the professions to try to fix everybody. And you'll find this throughout this seminar. We can be a hand. We are the body of Christ, but we can only do so much, and we all have a different ability, and our body needs a head. Without my brain and my head, my hands won't operate, my feet won't operate, but the hand has a purpose, and you all have a purpose. I want to also say that, in these kinds of situations, you get into the situation where you think, I can fix them, I can make this better, and you can't fix them, because you notice that also they have an issue. And when I started to work at Salvation Army Harbor Light Drug and Alcohol Treatment Center, I met a lot of women and men that I began to find out that they were very loving, very sensitive people, actually. However, they were victims. They were victims in their life of either abuse, alcoholism, some kind of issue. And that's what got them to where they are today. And so I tried to fix all of them. It wasn't possible, but I could make a difference. And we find that we never know who we touch. We never know, because one day somebody comes up to you and says, you said something a long time ago that started the change in my life. And it's like each one reaches one. And that's what we're here to do today, to stir you up and get you to the point where you will be able to reach one. I'm going to hold off on, like I said, the mirrors and the labels right now, because I want to wait possibly till after lunch and allow our speaker that at the last minute agreed to come in. We had some trouble getting in touch with each other. We played phone tag for a while, but we finally were able to get in touch. And so I'm very happy that she has agreed to join us today. Her name is Megan Swecker. I hope I said that right. I know a couple areas I spelled it wrong, but I apologize for that. She is the Outreach Program Director at Blue Water Safe Horizon. She has been employed with the agency for 5.5 years, obtained her bachelor's degree from Ferris State University, and is a certified trauma specialist. As a survivor of both domestic violence and sexual assault, she is dedicated and truly believes the mission of ending domestic violence and sexual assault while bringing awareness to both topics. That's on her heart. That has always been on mine. When I worked there, wow, what I learned before and what I learned during has affected my entire life. And so I'm happy to call her up here. Megan, we'll have some music playing while you're getting up here and getting set. And we welcome you to our seminar. Give her a hand.
Having
a little bit of encouragement.
My name is Megan. I'm the Outreach Program Director with Blue Water Safe Horizons, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity to present here today. I am going to be presenting on dating red flags and healthy relationships. Right there? Okay, much better. If I have to speak up, I'm very soft-spoken, so just let me know. So I will be presenting on dating red flags and healthy relationships today. I am going to preface this with there we go, a trigger warning. Obviously, the things that we're talking about today can be extremely triggering to anybody that's hearing it. If you've experienced it, if you're a survivor yourself, or if you know somebody. So making sure if you have to step out, please feel free to. I will not be offended. And also taking care of yourself throughout the day, because sometimes this can be really heavy stuff that we're talking about. So I want to make sure everybody is taking care of themselves. So for the purpose of this training, we are going to focus on intimate partner domestic violence. Obviously, domestic violence can come in all forms. It's not uncommon to hear about family members that are fighting with each other, and that's still considered domestic violence. But we will focus on intimate partner. So that is defined as, I should have worn my glasses, it includes physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, as well as sexual coercion or stalking by a current or former intimate partner. An intimate partner is a person with whom you have had or had a close personal or sexual relationship, and it affects millions of women each year in the United States. And I also want to add, it's not just women. We see all genders. We see people in same-sex relationships all over. Everybody can be affected by intimate partner domestic violence. To take it a step further, dating violence is, of course, the same. Any physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a romantic or sexual partner. It happens to people of all races and ethnicities, incomes, and education levels. It happens across all age groups and in heterosexual and same-sex relationships. Some people call dating violence domestic abuse, especially when you live with your partner. You don't have to live with your partner. It is not uncommon for school-age children, high schoolers, even middle schoolers to experience dating violence. So, signs of abusive or controlling partner. All of these signs can be present. I guess I should move to the slide. Oh, what did I do? No, there it is. Oh, I apologize. So all these signs can be present, or only a few can be present. And some signs that I always tell my clients when I'm working with them are red flags, especially. It's not uncommon when I'm working with a survivor that they want to get back out into the dating world. So we really start to explore red flags. What are things that are no-goes for them? What are things that they might be willing to look past, and why are they willing to look past those things? So some of those signs are wanting to get serious too quickly. If they're wanting to move in with you a week later, that's a huge red flag. And we definitely explore that. If they humiliate you, they call you names, put you down, anything to break your confidence. Treat you better when other people are around. Abusers do not want to be seen as an abusive person. So they will be that loving, caring person. So when people get ready to leave and you say this person's abusing me, they go, what? He was such a, and I say he because majority of our survivors are female that I work with, but I have a pretty decent handful of male survivors, but they seemed like a great person. They seemed like a great guy. They seemed like a great girl. I can't believe that they would be abusive to you, which that's another thing that makes it harder for people to leave. If they scream at you or do other things to intimidate you, they're following you, calling you, texting you repeatedly just to check up on you. Pressure you to go along with what they want. Bullying you or trying to humiliate you via text, social media, or email. They throw, hit, or break things. Quite often, they are acting very aggressively and just coming so close to hitting you, but they don't actually hit you. And that's a means of power and control. It's making you afraid of them because you don't know what they're capable of. They get overly jealous if you spend time with friends or family. Anybody that is not them is considered an enemy, and it's somebody that you could potentially tell them that these people are abusive. Don't respect your boundaries. You're not allowed to have an opinion or not allowed to say no. It's generally their way or no way. They insist on having passwords to your voicemail, social media, email accounts. You have no privacy. And on the flip side, they won't give you the same access to their stuff. And physically or sexually assaulting you. And this is something that a lot of people have struggled with because a lot of, especially older folk, grew up thinking that you were supposed to submit to your spouse. And just because you're in a relationship does not mean that you can't say no. So these are, like I said, all these signs can be present, or none of these signs can be present, or only a few of these signs can be present, I'm sorry. When I'm working with my survivors and they're starting to date again, and we start talking about, are there any red flags you've seen? And we talk about it, and they say, well, this is what he did. And we talk about, is this something that you're willing to accept? Because if they're displaying this now, what's it going to look like in the future? And I always tell my clients, your instincts are there for a reason. If your spidey senses are going off, listen to them. And it's also very easy when somebody is coming out of an abusive relationship to paint those red flags green. We want to believe that people are kind and loving, and I'll get into it more later on in my presentation, but they show us a side of them that is loving and affectionate and charismatic, and we know that they can do that, and we want that back. So, reasons that dating violence can happen. These are reasons that are pretty common. So often survivors blame themselves, and beat themselves up for not seeing the signs. So often I have clients that will tell me, how was I so dumb? How did I let this happen to me, when they've been in an abusive relationship? And we always remind them it's not their fault. You've done nothing wrong. Some of the reasons that it happens, family history, I often explore with my clients that I work with, what did your childhood look like? Were your parents abusive towards each other? What did your partner's childhood look like? Were they abusive? Did they have good male or good female role models? And 9 times out of 10, it's generational, that they have seen abuse in their life. And if you grow up not seeing what a healthy love looks like, you think that healthy love is abuse. That's not always the case, but it is quite frequent that that's something that we do see. Again, abusers initially present as loving, attentive, and charismatic. They're everything that you wanted in a partner. They're opening the door for you, buying gifts, doing all those things that we want in a relationship. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there, but blatantly abusive behaviors don't necessarily start right away. Talk about with my survivors quite often that maybe your first argument you have, maybe it's months down the road, you're already in a committed relationship with this person, and maybe they call you a name. And you think, you know what, it's understandable that they called me a name because maybe I was acting like that. Or they did lose their temper. And I'm here to tell you it's never okay to call somebody a name. In a healthy relationship, we might get frustrated and say, you're acting like a whatever, fill in the blank. But saying you are that, whatever they want to call you. And it's always happening. Every time they get mad, you're their punching bag, so to speak. That's when it becomes an issue, is that, you know, they're kind of testing the water, so to speak. Is she gonna, or are they going to put up with me calling them a name? And you notice as the relationship progresses, maybe the abuse progresses. Maybe they're throwing stuff. Maybe they're punching walls. Maybe they're hurting the animals if you have animals together. A lot of times, by the time, abuse may never get physical, but by the time it does, you have sometimes years with this person. You have kids together, you have a house, you have a life together. And it's hard to walk away from those things. And also, we'll talk about later, the cycle of abuse, that honeymoon period where they're sweet and loving and kind and affectionate, and they are that person that you fell in love with initially. Next. And yes, leading into the next one, the cycle of abuse. We have generally four parts of the cycle. Tension building, a lot of people will describe that as walking on eggshells. They can kind of tell their abuser is something's about to happen. We don't always know what. And then you have the incident. Could be a huge blowout, could be a name calling, doesn't necessarily have to be anything major, or it can be something big. They go to jail. All sorts of instances. And then you have that reconciliation. That's that loving period where they're loving, charismatic, kind again, doing all those things that you fell in love with. And then you have a period of calm. We don't always know how long that period's going to last for. Could be days, weeks, hours. I have clients that have told me about it's just in the cycle. It just goes and it goes and it goes. And you kind of get used to that. That's your normal. I have a client that I've been working with now, and I've been working with her for quite some time, and not giving too much information, but her abuser did quite a significant amount of time in jail, and then they reconnected, and they're not necessarily together, but she does have communication with him, and she is now starting to point out the cycle where if he's not getting what he wants, he starts to spiral. She starts to feel like she's walking on eggshells, and then there's the text messages calling her everything but her name. And then he buys her flowers, or he does something nice for their animals. And she's really been able to start seeing that. And a lot, if anybody in here is a survivor, you can really kind of point that out and observe that in your abusive relationship. I know looking back at mine, it's very easy to see where the great times were great and the bad times were horrible. Next. Why don't they just leave? This is the one question that, especially when we attend community events, people want to know, why would you stay? And so many people say, I would never stay for that. I would never let somebody put their hands on me. This is such a small list. I had a community event a couple years ago where we had just a blank page where people were able to put their reasons for not leaving. Reasons of being fearful. If I leave, he's threatened to kill me, or she's threatened to take my children, and I will never see them again. They don't realize their abuse. Like I mentioned earlier, if you grew up in an abusive home, abuse can look like love. They're financially dependent on the person. So often people end up quitting their jobs. They move in with that person. They get rid of all of their things that they had independently, or maybe they had nothing independently. Children are involved. That makes it so much harder to leave. If they're embarrassed or ashamed, a lot of times your family or your friends don't know that you're being abused, or they don't want to let them know. They're afraid of what people are going to think of them if they say, or they're not going to believe them. If they have low self-esteem, which is quite often what abusers do, break them down. So they become dependent on them. If they believe, I'm never going to find anybody else. This person's only going to love me. Nobody else loves me. Cultural or religious reasons. A lot of people are unable to leave because of their beliefs, and respecting that and honoring that is very real and valid reason. Language barriers or immigration status. We don't see that too much in my county where I'm from. St. Clair County is a pretty small county compared to the Detroit area, but we do get quite a few immigrants that are coming through that were brought over by their abuser. And they don't know anything because they've been isolated. If they don't know about the available resources, or if there aren't any available resources, a lot of times in our smaller counties, there isn't the resources available. We're in the middle of a housing crisis, and that is the number one barrier for people to leave. Is a one-bedroom apartment is $900 a month in Port Huron. If you have children, you need more than a one-bedroom apartment. The subsidized housing lists are years long. In most shelters, ours included, unfortunately, we have a time limit on how long people can stay. So what happens after that time is up? There's that honeymoon period where they're loving and charismatic and take care of you, and we kind of are chasing that. We know that maybe this time, or we believe that maybe this time will be the time where they change for good. They go to counseling, they quit drinking or using drugs, or whatever the case might be. And we just wait for that. They may feel responsible for the abuse when a lot of times clients are told, or my survivors that I work with are told, if you didn't do this, I wouldn't do that. It's never their fault. But when you are told for years that it is, we start to believe that. And then one of the final ones that I put on there, and like I said, this list is not exhaustive, but these are big ones, is a disability. If they are dependent on that person for whatever reason, and they a lot of times are convinced, if I didn't have you, you'd have nobody. Or if you didn't have me, you'd have nobody. It makes it even harder to leave. Whose fault is it? We never blame a victim or a survivor for what they've experienced. Abusers always, quite frequently, we will hear, "I lost control. I was so angry. I love you so much." But they are also able to show where they have complete control over their actions. And that's what we talk about with my survivors is if he has a bad day or she has a bad day at work, does he yell at his boss or does he come home and yell at you? And a lot of times they show they have complete control. They will not act when there's witnesses around. Love doesn't and it should never hurt. When clients start to blame, we reframe those negative talks and remind them that we put the responsibility where it belongs. And a lot of times this is, weeks worth of conversation of what could you have done differently? Well, nothing, because you did nothing wrong. And placing the blame on abusers when especially, when you're out in the community and people make those comments about why didn't she do that? Why didn't she leave? Why did she stay? Why did the abuser feel like it was okay for them to abuse somebody? And reframe that. At the end of the day, abusers are to blame for being abusive. I have a quick video. It's about 5 minutes, so if we can go ahead and get that started. It's just a quick video about dating violence. So.
How to kill all mosquitoes in the area in 90 seconds. This simple but brilliant trick you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes around you is taking America by storm. An ingenious college student from Utah.
Hey, Miss Tom, can I talk to you?
Sure, come on in.
Thanks.
What's going on?
First it's a video, then it's the audio.
It's about my boyfriend.
It's about my girlfriend. I feel so lost.
What's wrong? You guys seem like you were so happy.
At first, we were. But something happened and he just changed.
What do you mean? How has he changed?
It all started a couple weeks ago when he started trying to isolate me from my friends.
What are you doing?
I'm sitting with my friends.
We agreed that you're going to sit by me for the whole.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we did. So just go ahead and come on over here. Oh, see y'all later. Come on.
All right. Yes, bye, guys.
She even kept me away from my family.
What's up? Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm good.
That's good. So, what are you doing this weekend?
I'm going to my grandpa's birthday.
Oh, I kind of thought you were going to hang out with me.
No, I've been talking about his birthday for like ever.
Oh, I didn't notice, I guess. Sorry, I mean, you kind of have to come hang out with me this weekend. It's fine.
Every little thing he started blaming me for.
All right, guys, I'm going to pass back your papers. Good job. Some of you need to work harder next time.
Look, I got an A.
Got an F. You know what? If I wouldn't have gotten this if I didn't have to spend all my time making sure you weren't talking to other guys.
Don't blame that on me.
You just waste my time. Because of you, I got this grade.
No.
She expected me to wait on her 24/7.
Why didn't you wait for me? You know you're supposed to walk me to lunch every single day. And what's this? You didn't even give me a cookie? You're such a jerk, Justin.
He started getting jealous of all my friends.
Hey, I got a question about rehearsals.
Yeah?
Are we still having them tonight?
Yeah, it's at 7.
All right. What are you guys doing?
Oh, just asking about rehearsal.
Can you excuse us for a second?
Sure.
What are your deal?
What are you doing talking to him?
He was asking about rehearsal.
Oh, really?
Yeah?
Why does he need to talk to you? Why about rehearsal? Why can't he just talk to somebody else?
Because I don't know. He was just asking about rehearsal. It's no big deal.
I think it is whenever you start talking to guys over me. It's because you want to talk to him, right?
No.
Because he's better than me. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's not better than you. He's just my friend.
Okay, fine. I'll believe this for now. Just come on.
Okay.
She would always talk down on me.
Hey, have you got your lines memorized?
Can you guys go over there for a minute, please? I need to talk to him. What are you doing?
Talking to my friends.
You're talking to my friends?
They're my friends too.
No, they're not. Didn't we agree that you can't talk to my friends if you're gonna dress like that? I mean, what is wrong with you? Why would you even think that looks good? I mean, look.
And when I tried to break it off with him, he started threatening me.
Hey,
Hey?
we need to talk.
About what?
I don't like how you've been acting these past few days. I think it's time we just take a break and move on.
Wait a minute. How have I been acting?
You're just not the same.
Like how?
You're different. You've changed. You're controlling, and I don't like it.
I'm just doing what a good boyfriend does. I'm taking care of you. I'm making sure who you hang out with is who I want you to hang out with. So pretty much you're threatening to break up with me.
I'm not threatening to break up with you. I'm breaking up with you.
Really? So you know how much stuff I know about you. I can let everyone know every little bitty secret you got.
You wouldn't tell anybody. You wouldn't do that.
I think I would. I wouldn't do that to my girlfriend, but for somebody who breaks up with me, I just might.
Whenever I was away, she was constantly checking up on me.
That's when things started to get physical.
Hey.
Hey,
We need to talk about yesterday.
about what?
About you and Justin talking at the lockers whenever I specifically told you not to talk to other guys.
When he was asking me about rehearsal?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, come on, that was no big
You know
deal.
you're lying. That was probably him, wasn't it?
No, it was my
You're
mom.
always talking to other guys. I can't even trust you anymore.
I'm not talking to other
Be
guys.
quiet.
Don't push me. What are you doing? Stop.
Shut your mouth.
1 in 3 high school students have been or will be involved in an abusive relationship.
1 in 10 teens have been purposely hit, slapped, or verbally abused in some way by a boyfriend or girlfriend.
If you're experiencing any of this, tell someone. Whether it's a school counselor, a parent, or a friend, there's someone there that can help you.
And just remember, you're not alone.
Can't go? Do this to clear out stuck poop fast. Fiber helps you poop, right? Nope.
We can have a laugh after the video. How can we support somebody that confides in you that they have been or are in an abusive relationship? Knowing that abuse comes in many forms. They may say, they've never hit me. It doesn't mean that it hasn't been abusive. Doesn't mean that they're not being verbally abused or emotionally abused. They might be being isolated. Don't judge them. As was mentioned in the previous presentation, is making comments that will make it so people feel like you're not a safe person. Believing them. It's very hard to come forward and acknowledge that you are in an abusive relationship or that you are experiencing abuse, and you want that person to feel safe with you. Staying in touch with them, however that looks for them, letting them know that you are a safe person to come to, and asking them, do you want me to check in with you from time to time? Or coming up with, if you decide that you want to get out, let's come up with a safe word. Don't pressure them to leave. A lot of times they're not ready, or they may never be ready. But letting them know that we're there for them and we can support them however they look. Empowering that person to have control over their situation. As we know, abuse is about power and control, and those are things that are taken away from them. So letting them know that whatever you decide, I'm going to support, even if I don't agree with it, even though I may want to take you and hide you and help you leave, I know that that's your choice that you have to make. Familiarize yourself with DV resources in your area if they decide that they need them. They say, I need a counselor, or I need an advocate, or I want to file a PPO. Okay, I know a place that will do that for you. Don't underestimate the power of being a listening, non-judgmental ear. Just saying, I believe you, and I'm here for you can mean the world to somebody that is probably feeling very alone. Attending fundraisers, attending events, spreading awareness, talking about the things that you've learned today, all of those things can be helpful. I did not put a slide in here, but like I mentioned, I am from Blue Water Safe Horizons, and our services are specific to St. Clair County, but we provide services to people all over the state that come from all over the state of Michigan. All of our services are free, and we respect people's privacy. I have clients that I never learned their real name because they didn't want to tell me, and they felt like they were most comfortable being known by an alias, and that's fine. We provide free counseling services, domestic violence and sexual assaults. We have advocates that are trained on housing, on community resources, anything that you need to help your situation. We have an elder advocate that works with our 60 and up crowd. And that can be any type of abuse. It doesn't have to be just specifically domestic violence or intimate partner domestic violence. We have a legal advocate. She is a person that attends court. She'll do personal protection orders. She dabbles in some court paperwork, and then finding resources for legal, if that's a need as well. On the flip side of everything that we've just discussed today is relationship green flags, because I think it's important to focus on those as well. Your partner encourages you to do things that make you happy. You and your friend or partner accept responsibility for your own actions. You give each other space to hang out with your friends and family without accusing the other person of cheating. You respect each other's boundaries. You're able to communicate your wants and needs and respect each other for who they are. You respect each other's rights to their own feelings and opinions. You make decisions together, and there's a balance of power in the relationship. And then there's my resource page. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present today. I hope that you guys have all learned something, and thank you.
Are you ready for me? Yeah, well, as hard as I tried to come up with some funnies, during lunch, I still am not able to be a comedian. I told them earlier, Kristen wasn't here. By the way, these are my two daughters over here. I was telling them that I have a grandson who's a comedian, and I tried really hard to get some laughs going in because this is such serious subject matter. However, we did have our little laugh with the don't go. We had, yeah, that was funny. That actually, we needed that moment, didn't we? Or I could have asked John to come up here. He's our funny man, but he refuses. So, but thank you for staying, and thank you for the ones who came in late. And we still might have some that might show up. So, as I told you earlier, don't be distracted by people entering in or people that have to leave. Just do what you can. Again, we will reiterate for the new people, no eating in the sanctuary, but if you have drinks that are enclosed and you need to, have a drink of, water or something, feel free to. If you get really emotional about something that's being said or done, and you would like either prayer or counseling or someone to talk to, or you feel you need to leave and get a breath of fresh air, please feel free to do that, okay? And did everybody get their little tickets for door prizes? Yes, because I have a couple up here if you didn't. Because I'm going to call off a couple of names, and we'll get a couple of gifts out here. Ashley, you want to come up and help? Grab a couple from back there, and I'll let you pick the numbers, just so we know it's not fixed, right?
Just two?
Yeah. You pick up two.
Mine's over there. There is one.
Okay, the first one is 578-4365. 578-4365. Oh. And the second one is 5784-4367. 4367. Uh-oh, is it maybe somebody who left? 578-4372. Oh, there you go. There'll be some more at the end, so if you stay through. Yeah. Uh-oh, okay. Well, we have others. The one before that, we have 6765 and 672. 676572.
The 70, I think is what John was saying. The one that, oh, yeah, 657.
Yep.
72 is right here, which we got.
Yep. We're all set. Okay. Well, welcome back, and welcome the ones that just came in. I hope you were really educated this morning by the powerful speakers we had from Turning Point and Safe Horizons. And I want to share something with you today. The Safe Horizons speaker was awesome. Did stir some of us up, but also made us laugh as well. We thank you, Megan. We were supposed to have a sexual assault survivor come in and talk to us. I want to tell you just a little bit about her because she shared her testimony at other Wounded Heart seminars that we have had before. And she made lasting impressions. She also is an asset to her church currently in the Blue Water area. She has been affiliated for a time at Safe Horizons. Her name was Catherine Hernandez. She gave me permission to share a portion of her story, but I'm not going to do that. Your story is your story, and only your heart and your spirit can really share that. But I do want to share something that her and I discussed. She was on the original planning committee, and I told you earlier in your bags that there were 2 items that we were going to use. Now, one of them is a little pocket mirror. You can pull it out, but don't open it. Then there's a purple pen in there. Pull that out. I met Kathy several years ago at Safer Horizons during her sessions and our group activities, and we shared a lot of experiences together and remained friends throughout the years. I'm amazed at the growth I have witnessed in her as she overcome her past afflictions, and what a story. I think as I read it, even though I've heard part of it before, both John and I were very, very touched by it. She has shared, as I said, her testimony before at our Wounded Heart seminars. And when she wanted a title for her message that she was going to give today, we talked about labels. Okay, and I have done messages on labels before, and she said that's a good one because it fits right in to what my testimony is about. She said, sexual assault makes an extreme impact on your self-image. And Kathy, like most, attests to that. She suffered terrible trauma from her family's mental illnesses and afflictions that resulted in her sexual abuse. Her testimony is often, and her title would have been Unwanted, Ashamed, and Damaged. And I messaged to her that I had an idea about labels and how we see ourselves, and we talked about mirrors. And when we shared about that, Joni, who will be part of our program later, very graciously offered to get these mirrors for us, even though you had some trials trying to get them. And I thought, well, this is a great way to be able to introduce what we do to ourselves when we have suffered from addiction, being a codependent, a dependent, whether we've suffered from sexual assault or domestic violence. And she said, and I'm quoting her, "There is hope. Labels cannot stick. I see it as all things God brought me through. God has redeemed me, restored everything, surrounded me with a great family now that love me, and I can feel safe with. If you're here today and you are still carrying hidden pain, He wants to set you free. And my prayer for you is that you bring it to God," end quote. That was her words. So she wrote a handout, and she sent it to me, and she said, "Can I give this handout to people?" And for those of you that have folders, the folders have all different kinds of things in them, but most of the early folders had the copy of it. So if you have a folder, you have a copy of it. And if you want one, you can get a hold of me. I'd be happy to send it to you. So if you will take the mirror from your gift bag, and don't open it yet, just please pull it out, and together we'll open the mirror and look into it. Before you do, I want to tell you what I want you to do. When you first look into that mirror, and you don't have to share it with anybody, I want you to look into that mirror, and I want you to remember what's the first thing that comes to your mind. So go ahead and open those mirrors. Now keep that in mind. Was it a positive thing when you saw that image? Or was it negative? Or was it somewhere in between? Because that's what we do to ourselves. That's how we label ourselves. We come up here, we even give our messages, we tell our testimonies. You heard me say this morning, I'm a codependent. I was a domestic violence survivor. I have all these labels that I stick on myself and forget that we are overcomers. We are overcomers. And you're here today, if you came today to listen to some of these stories, they're overcomers. They've overcome some of the things, but we also mentioned that we never get over them. You know, all these years when when Megan did her domestic violence, when he started to yell at her and come towards her, it freaked me out. I had to pray to get my composure so I didn't have to walk out. So we heal, we grow, but we haven't been perfected yet. But we can be better every day. When she wrote this handout, she wrote it in mind with what we had talked about the mirrors. So I want to read it to you. Mirrors, what you see is who you'll be. So now be the change. When you look in the mirror, who do you see? Do you like that person? Did you put a label on yourself? Was it good or was it bad? Do you see labels that have been attached to you because of what's been done to you or what you have done? Maybe you were abandoned or neglected as a child, and you see yourself as unwanted or unloved. Maybe you were abused and feel like you're unworthy and damaged. Maybe your parents or other people that were supposed to love you told you you were stupid, ugly, lazy, selfish, or crazy. Maybe you made some bad choices along the way and reinforced those labels. Maybe you've gotten caught up in a cycle of shame. Maybe where you believe all those things about yourself, so you live in a way that reinforces that image of yourself, and you feel hopeless. But that's not the end of the story. The truth is there is hope, and that you have a choice to let go of those labels, a choice to change the person you see in the mirror, and a choice to change your future. And as we said earlier this morning, we have come here because it's called, change your tomorrow today. But when we came in, we said, we're changing our tomorrow today. You're the only one who can make that choice. And it begins with all those labels, all those hurts, all that guilt to the one that changes everything, Jesus. Give it to him. Maybe you don't want to hear that. Maybe you're angry with God because of what happened to you. Maybe your abuse came from those who claimed to represent God. That's not who he is. It's true you can find measure of healing without him. It's true you can join a support group, get counseling, read some self-help books, and make your life better than it was. Or you can have a radical, life-changing healing that will completely transform your life. And here's why. When you develop a relationship with Jesus, you begin to see yourself the way he sees you. Your identity changes, and that's what this afternoon is about, our identities. He has the power to erase all those negative labels and replace them. You begin to see yourself through his eyes as loved, treasured, wise, worthy, unique, special, favored, and a masterpiece of infinite value. The closer you get to him, the more things become a part of your self-image. When you see yourself that way, it changes how you act. It also changes who you surround yourself with and the way you allow others to treat you. Over time, you begin to see a completely different person in the mirror. The choice is yours. Your past doesn't have to control your future. Do you want to be a new person today? Be the change. Now take that little purple pen. It doesn't mean anything. That's a long time ago. The telephone number is not even valid. I had a whole box of them. Okay? I had a whole box of them. And I pulled them out because I thought maybe some of them would work and you could use them today. And then I found out they don't work. You can scratch and scratch and scratch, and they don't work. They're useless. But I decided to keep them in there. You know why? Because sometimes we don't work well. And sometimes we think we're useless. And so I made them useful by putting them in the bag so that you could see them today and you could hear what I had to say about them. Now, no matter what you saw in that mirror, if it was good, yay, Just keep those positive thoughts. But if you didn't see something good, if you complained about, oh, look at my nose, or my hair's falling in my face, or I'm so ugly, or whatever, you need to change that today. Okay? You need to change that today. Well, I hope that your lunchtime was a blessing, that maybe you got to fellowship with some people that you didn't know. Now that we have nourished our physical bodies, we nourished our mental capacities and intelligence this morning. We are thankful that that nourishment has come. We're going to have some more nourishment. And I just saw my speaker walk out the back door, so I guess I have to ad-lib. Oh, there he is. Who walked out? Somebody walked out the back door, and I thought it was you. I was going to say, man, I've been ad-libbing all morning with technical difficulties. It's like I have to ad-lib again. Yeah, he wanted a nap. I thought maybe he left to take one. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. I'm just thrilled to know these two people. Eric Rintz he'll tell you more about what he does and what he's come through, but anytime I hear somebody who's overcome addiction, I am totally, totally thrilled. And he's overcome a lot of other things in his life. And Joni's going to come up and tell her side for a few minutes after he's done. Joni is his, currently she's his ex-wife, but as he gets things more and more and they get things more and more together, Joni and him will probably be back to legally being man and wife, right? We're counting on it. He's a current employee of Life Challenge. He'll probably tell you more about it. That's a long-term program for addiction, and he successfully made it through that. I know that during my employment at Harbor Light, with the realization that many addicts are so often victims of physical, sexual abuse, incest, pain and suffering in their past. I'm sure he'll share some of his. Eric willingly joined us and Joni with him to provide some enthusiasm, some expertise and assistance in making this seminar successful. And I have to thank them for all the work that they've done in helping me with my ideas and putting them together and being so willing. So I'm pleased to introduce to you Eric and Joni Rintz.
Hello, everybody. My name's Eric Rintz, and I'm a former alcoholic. I come from a long line of alcoholics. My father was an alcoholic. My grandfather on my mother's side was an alcoholic. From what I understand, I never met my uncle, my father's brother. He was an alcoholic. He died, drowned in Lake St. Clair, drunk. My grandfather on my mother's side shot my father and killed my father when I was 1. There was alcohol was involved. They were both drunk. I think I don't know the particulars behind everything. There was an argument. My grandfather used to carry a gun, and he shot him and killed him. Nothing was ever done. It was deemed self-defense. So I grew up without a father. My mother was very heartbroken, emotionally hurt from that. She didn't know how to raise a boy. From what I understand as a child, growing up, she was, she just didn't know what to do. Didn't know how to raise a child. I wasn't probably the best child to raise, problems and stuff like that. I know my mother took comfort in marijuana. She was very abusive, mentally and emotionally and physically abusive. I've got scars, from beating, stuff like that. It was, I started drinking about 11 years old. I think I had my first drink and found release. I found that it took the pain away. So I started drinking, anytime I could. which caused problems, of course, because my mom knew I was drinking, and I'd get in trouble, which led to more discipline, as my mother put it. She didn't like to use her hand. She preferred to use wooden spoons, plastic spoons, belts, straps, anything she'd get a hold of. So, the physical pain and the mental pain, from that, of course, caused me to drink more. In the 10th grade, I got kicked out of school in the 10th grade for drinking, smoking, not being there, didn't do my homework. I kind of really thought school was kind of really stupid. So they ended up kicking me out. I was told, if I'm not going to be in school, I'm going to go find a job and going to pay rent. So I said, well, if I'm going to pay rent, I'm going to pay rent somewhere else, somewhere I'd rather be. So I left home. And I was out on the streets for a while. I met Joni in 1985. We got married in 1987. I just did 6 months in the county jail for being and safe breaking. Found out I had a knack for opening things that were locked. And so, eventually I got caught, got in trouble. I did 6 months. Me and Joni got married, 3 days after I got out of jail. So it was kind of a joke, and while I was in there, amongst the people that I was in there with, it was kind of a joke, haha, you're gonna get done doing 6 months, you're gonna go do life. I was like, yeah, it was pretty funny. So, of course, drinking, partying and everything, just was a way of life for me. Weekend barbecues, of course, there was beer all the time. Getting high, drinking and stuff like that. It really started taking a toll on my marriage eventually. It was just because I could never just stop at one. I always had that, there was always that pain, always that feeling of, I wasn't good enough. Something had happened, I'd get really down on myself. I would drink. It affected my job eventually. I think the only reason I didn't get fired right away because of it, because I was really good at what I did. That's one thing. One thing I've always done. I've always had a job. I've always, worked, because my philosophy is, how am I going to drink if I don't have any money? So, I always made sure I had a job. And I know it took a toll on Joni. All my drinking took a toll on Joni. It took a toll on my family, and eventually on the grandchildren. We finally ended up getting a divorce in 2009 due to my drinking. I ended up moving down to Florida. My dad had cancer. I moved down there to help take care of him and help my mom. And while I was down there, I ended up getting I was down there actually before that. Before I even got a divorce, I went down there. Ended up getting a DUI down there. I got 2 DUIs here in Michigan back in the mid-90s. And that was a bad time to get a DUI. It was a really bad time because Nancy Reagan had put into effect the zero tolerance policy, and Hillary Clinton, just ran with it also, the whole, mandatory minimums and everything. And I got my second DUI here in Michigan. They revoked my license. They were like, you're never going to have a license ever again. So I was like, well, I'm going to go down to Florida. I'm thinking, I'll get my license in Florida. Yeah, they don't do that no more. If you got a license is revoked in one state, it's revoked in all of them. So I was driving down there, got a job, started drinking, went out partying one night, got in a wreck. Thankfully, the person that I hit was a pastor, and he didn't press charges. He didn't do the things that should have been done. That I should have been put away for a long time. I got 6 months in the county jail down there. I did 4 months and got out and came home. Went back down there again. I got into more trouble here, running away from, them problems. I went back down to Florida again, as my dad had come down with cancer. And I was taking care of him. And, I started drinking again, started getting high again and everything. And, it just seemed like I couldn't get away from it. I could never get away from, the whole, I want to stop drinking, but I can't. I don't know why. I tried to AA. I tried to quit drinking before on my own. Just didn't work. Tried taking Antabuse, which is a pill that if you drink alcohol on it, will make you sick. I drank anyways. Didn't matter. It got kind of bad while I was down there. I was actually started brewing my own beer, started brewing my own wine out of my closet. Learned how to do that. YouTube's a wonderful thing. You can learn just about anything on YouTube. And I was like, oh, hey, if they can do it, so can I. So, I started doing that. After my father passed, things really went downhill. My relationship with my mother has never been very good. She started becoming very abusive again, and I just had to leave. So I moved back to Michigan. In 2019, I came back to Michigan. And I moved in with my buddy Al, who just lives down the road from here. And he's a really bad alcoholic. And I thought to myself, hey, if I move in with him, nobody will complain about me drinking. Everybody there drinks. I finally found a home. I'll be accepted. And I was like, hey, this is great. For a minute it was. But then I kind of saw how bad my buddy Al was, how bad he was drinking, the things that it made him do, the things that him and his wife were going through. And I was like, man, I'm going to end up just like this. I'm already halfway there. I really don't want this. This is going to be my life, and I don't want this in my life anymore. I need change. But how? Where? I don't know where to get this change from. I've tried everything. AA, NA, courts, tried moving, tried changing my surroundings, tried, staying away from people that drink, tried hanging out with people that drink. I didn't know what to do. I was like, so I started going back to church with Joni. When I came back, we started going back to church. He said, hey, we could really use your help, in the sound booth and everything. I said, okay. So I came back to church, and I was doing good. I was still drinking. In my mind, I was doing good. I wasn't getting in trouble with the law. I wasn't, going to jail. Things were looking pretty good. And one day, in the bulletin, it said Life Challenge was coming. And I'm like, what the heck is Life Challenge? I'm like, sounded like American Ninja Warrior, Christian style or something, And I'm like, hey, I'll give this a try. I'm asking them, what is Life Challenge? And they're like, you need to do Life Challenge. I'm like, okay, I'm down. What is it? You'll see. I'm like, that ain't what I said. I'm like, so nobody would really tell me what it was until that weekend. And then they're like, Life Challenge came there, and it was this group of guys come in there, and I found out it was a 1-year residential rehab. I was like, oh no, this is not happening. That sounds like a jail sentence to me. I'm like, I'm not going to go do a 1-year residential rehab. There's no way that's happening. Tried the rehab thing before, it didn't work. Just not going to do it. So, but God had other plans for me. God said, give it a try. I said, all right, I'll see what it's about. I got a brochure. Went down there and I talked to him. The pastor took me down there to talk to him, see what it was about. I got some literature. I was like, okay, maybe I'll give it a try. So I'm down there and I'm talking to them. They're like, it's $700. I'm like, $700? I don't have $700. I just came back from Florida. I have shorts and T-shirts. That's all I have. I have no job. I have nothing. I'm like, well, my pastor's like, don't worry about it. God will take care of it. I'm like, I'm looking at this list that they gave me. You got to have dress pants, collared shirts, all this academic stuff, pens, paper, books, and stuff. I'm like, I don't have any of this stuff. I'm like, I barely got enough money to get through the day. How am I going to come up with this? You know, it's like, I said, God, okay, if you want me to go there, you're going to have to help me out. Well, I'm a handyman. I do everything. I mean, there's just about nothing I can't do. And so people started calling me, hey, I need this fixed. Hey, you know anybody that power washed his house? I need my house power washed. Okay, I just happen to have one. You know, so work, I started getting more work than I could handle. In the course of, I'd say about 2 months, I ended up coming up with $350 towards the tuition and all the clothes that I needed, books, papers, pencils, everything I needed to go to Life Challenge with. And my church come up with the rest. It's kind of hard, sorry. So I was like, you know what? When I go to Life Challenge, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to get the best grades I can get on the academics. I'm going to show everybody that I can do this. I got there, and God was like, submit. I'm like, that ain't happening. I ain't submitting to nobody. I've had enough submission in my life. God said, submit. We had a class, Pastor Jeff's class, and it was on submission to authority. And I'm like, I ain't doing this. It's just stupid. Why am I going to submit? I ain't submitting to these people. Well, the verse that they made us learn was, I think it was 1 Peter 2:13. Submit yourself for the Lord's sake to every authority instituted among men. I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. But if this don't work, I'm done. So I said, all right, I'm going to follow the rules. I'm going to do what they say. And I'm going to submit. And I went, wow. It just got way easier. This whole program just got, like, way easier. I went through the whole program. 1 year, not one write-up. Didn't get in trouble for one thing. Everybody else is getting work hours. Everybody else is getting in trouble. And they're all like, why ain't you getting in trouble? I said, I'm following the rules. Them rules are stupid. I said, well, the way I see it is, if you can't follow these rules, how are you going to follow the rules out there? Oh, that kind of made sense. Well, about my 3rd month, the curriculum changed. Pastor Jeff had a new class. And it was on forgiveness. I said, ain't happening. I says, things I've been through, things that were done to me, they don't deserve forgiveness. They didn't get it. So I asked Pastor Jeff, I says, how do you forgive somebody that's done you so wrong, told you it was your fault that this happened, and how do you forgive them? He said, you're in the right place. I was like, what does that mean? I'm in the right place. I was so mad. I was just like, I almost got in trouble that day. I just had some choice words I wanted to say, but I didn't say them. So I was talking with one of the guys, and he told me, he says, you know, He says, hurt people hurt people. And I was like, what does that mean? I don't understand that. I'm like, what do you mean by hurt people hurt people? He says, well, sometimes people that hurt you have been hurt themselves and they don't know how to deal with it, so they just hurt other people. And I got to thinking, and I said, well, my mom's father shot her husband, and nothing ever happened about it. I guess she was hurt. So I started thinking about it, and I was like, it makes sense. But it's still no excuse for what she did. Why did she take it out on me? Why didn't she go get help? So I said, she still don't deserve forgiveness. Well, I was in Pastor Ken's class. It was on the book of Mark. And we were going through, probably about 6 chapters at a time. And we were on the last 6 chapters. He said, Eric, you want to read this part? It just happened to be on the crucifixion. And I was reading, and Jesus said, forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. And it hit me. He said, Jesus forgave them people for killing them while they were doing it. And I said, wow, I could do that. I think that's what I need to do. So it took me a while. It took me probably the rest of my stay there to forgive, to truly forgive. Jesus said, I think it was in the book of Mark, he says, how many times should I forgive my brother? 7 times? 70 times? Jesus said, 7 times 70. It's a lot of times. I said, well, I guess I can do this. So, I forgave her. I finally forgave her. And when I did, the desire to drink went away. I was suicidal when I went in there. I was taking 900 milligrams of Seroquel a day. I don't know if any of you guys have ever been on Seroquel, but it will turn you into a zombie. And I don't take any pills today. I don't take anything. I don't even like taking aspirin. But all that hatred that I had, all that hurt, all that pain, all went away. I gave it up. I gave it to God. I said, take it. And I'm glad that I did, because my son James just passed back in December. And it was very hard. Found out that he had glioblastoma brain cancer in October. And it was pretty devastating. Joni was really, really hurt bad by it. And if I wouldn't have gone through Life Challenge when I did and got sober and did the things that I did, I wouldn't have been able to be the person that family needed, when they needed me. So I'm very grateful for that. After 23 years of not having a license, I got my license back. They wanted me to work at Life Challenge after I graduated. They said, Eric, you're a very talented young man. I'm like, who are you talking to? I am an old man. What are you talking about? They said, no, really, you're very talented. You know a lot of things. The work van that I have today, when I got there, didn't have a transmission in it. I'm like, what are you guys doing with that van? We're going to throw it away. Like, why? I said, don't work. I said, I fix it. I'm like, okay, if you can fix it, fix it. So we got a transmission. I put a transmission in it, and that's what I drive today. I have a breathalyzer interlock in there, but, you know, only for a year. So when they asked me to come on to, you know, do an internship, I was just getting ready. It was 2020. COVID was around. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing an internship. I got plans when I leave. I was going to do, you know, Tuesday, we had small groups at my church. Wednesday, we had Bible study. Thursday, I was going to do celebrate recovery by the house. And, you know, Sunday church. I had plans. God said, do an internship. I went, no, I ain't doing an internship. Can't make me. God said, watch this, COVID. And I went, dang it. I'm like, Pastor, we still doing small groups? No, them are on hold. Like, Wednesday Bible study? No. Called up Celebrate Recovery? Nope, we're not doing that. Maybe on Zoom in a few months, maybe. I'm like, oh. Like, Sunday church? We're going to live stream it. I'm like, oh my God. If I leave now, I'm going to relapse. What do I do? God said, do an internship. I went, no. Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to relapse. I know what I'll do. I'll do an internship. They said, great, okay. So I started my internship and did that for 6 months. Then they hired me on as staff. And so today I've been there since 2019. I've been sober 4 years. Doing the internship really kind of helped me out because another verse that just God decided to bombard me with was Romans 12:2, I think it is. Do not be conformed to the ways of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And for me, that meant I'm doing stuff, because see, I've had 40 years of drinking and smoking and drugging and everything. And I mean, for me, working on a car meant having a case of beer. For me, doing just about anything meant having a case of beer. It's like, oh, hey, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I need to go get a case of beer. You know, I mean, it was, so I really couldn't do much without beer. So I had to learn how to do things without drinking all the time, I had to overcome my frustrations. And that's what God was saying to me. One night I was laying on my bunk, and I pretty much heard God clear as day. He said, what are you going to do when you get frustrated? Are you going to turn back to alcohol, or are you going to turn to me? I said, wow. Never really thought about it like that, and then I kind of started paying attention to that. I'd be out working on a car and get frustrated, crawl out from underneath the car, pat myself on the chest looking for my cigarettes, be looking around. I know I got a beer around here somewhere, but I realized it was all muscle memory. It's habit. I was so used to doing that all these years that's what I was conditioned to do. So I started training myself that anytime I got frustrated or upset about something, I would just stop doing what I was doing and go put on some worship music and listen to worship music and pray to God and say, God, help me to figure this out. There's something I'm missing. Show me what it is. And now, to this day, instead of looking for a cigarette, looking for a beer, that's what I do. Out of habit. That's my new muscle memory. So that's what, Romans 12:2, that's what that taught me. And I try to help the other guys there at the center when, when they get mad and they're like, oh, God, I wish I had a beer. God, I wish I was out there. I wish I had a hit. I wish I'd go get me a, pack of heroin or something right now. I'm like, no. I go, that's just what you're conditioned to think of. I said, you need to go listen to some worship music. You need to go read your Bible. I said, God will take that from you if you pay attention to what he's saying to you. Because he did it for me. I know he can do it for you. And, today, Joni's been with me the whole time through this whole ordeal. And I'm very grateful for her. I don't think I would have been able to do it if there wasn't that bit of hope of rekindling our marriage, reconciling our relationship. But that's what God is. He's a God of reconciliation. So, it's today. Like I said, I've been with Life Challenge now since 2019. I'm the operations manager. I'm the operations manager there. I do all their maintenance. I do all their IT work. They gave me a house, so I don't have to drive back and forth to work because it's an hour drive. So I have a house right down the street. They gave me a van. I don't have to pay no bills. I don't have to pay insurance. I put gas in the van when I use it for personal reasons. But I do, like I said, I do a lot of work there. They trust me with things. I have every key to the building, like literally every key to the building. I do all their locksmithing stuff. They found out I was really good at opening doors without a key. And one time my boss came into work and he was, Eric, I lost my keys. I says, oh, I'll go make you a key to your door. He goes, nobody has a key to my door except me. I go, oh, I'll be right back. So I went down to my office and grabbed my lock-picking set, went back up there and opened his door for him, and he went, that easy? Uh-huh. He said, is our money safe? I go, I don't know where you keep your money, so it must be. So he goes, it's over there in that room in a safe. And I go, yeah, it's safe. I says, you ain't got to worry about me taking it. I said, because if something happens to it, I'll be the first one you guys look at. I said, so you ain't got to worry about that. He says, I says, locks are there to keep honest people honest. I says, but if you ever need one open, give me a call. I said, I'll hook you up. But, I have a lot of responsibility there, more responsibility than most people would get from my background. Like I said, if you do a record check on me, the first thing that they're going to see is B&E and safe breaking. And, they gave me a credit card, company credit card. I don't know what the limit is on it. I never really bought that much stuff on it at one time, but the other day I just set up Ring Central for a new voice over IP phone system for our building. My boss gave me his credit card to be able to pay for it. And most people are like, wow. And I can say one thing out of all this, though. When I got my license back, I was really happy. There was a lot of people that were proud of me. And I told my mom about it. And she basically said, oh, it's about time. It wasn't, I'm happy for you, I'm proud of you. It wasn't any of them things, it was about time. When I graduated Life Challenge, my mom was like, see, if it wasn't for me, you would never have been there. And I was like thinking to myself, you didn't even know I was going there. I'm like, and so one thing I did learn out of all this is that my mother is not a person that I can have a healthy relationship with. And it's very hard to say, Mom, I love you, I forgive you, I don't ever want to see you again. But that's what I had to do for for my health. For me, I had to do that because I cannot stay sober and be in that kind of environment. And it's very hard. It was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my life. But after I realized that I had to forgive her for the things that she did to me, and I truly did forgive her, I realized that I just can't be a part of her life anymore. And, it's either that or relapse, So I'm just going to choose to stay sober and do what I need to do for my family because I have a loving family that needs me. And so that's what I've chosen to do. And if anybody needs any information on Life Challenge or anything, you can go to lcm.life, and that's our main website. If you know anybody that needs help or wants to join the program, you can, there's a button on there that says Get Help. Click on that, fill out an application, and somebody will get back with them as soon as possible. And like I said, it's a long-term residential rehab, but if they're serious about getting help, it'll definitely help them. It changed my life.
Good job. He did a good job. I'm so proud of him, and so is our kids. And I will tell you, y'all gonna think I'm nuts, but Eric was my nephew's friend. That's how I met Eric. When he was a kid, they would all come to my house and hang out there and that. And I used to think he was the tall, goofy kid with the hat that he never took off. So, and one day he showed up at my door. He was going to go kill his mom, and I wouldn't let him leave. And I'm like, nope, you already come and told me what you're doing. You're not out of here. And it was winter time. It was November 14th. So I'm like, give me your shoes, give me your pants, give me your shirt, give me your jacket. He's standing in my living room with just little underwear on, and he's still going to go do this. I'm like, we can't let him go. So I kept him, and he never left, which was good. And we did end up getting married, which was really good too, because I do believe that God put us together. It was because of Eric that he led me to Christ, got me saved. Then he fell again, of course, with the alcohol. First 10 years of our marriage wasn't really bad. He was a social drinker, but then all of a sudden it was never home on the weekends, always gone. Family things planned. We have 3 kids, but they're actually my 3 children from a first marriage, but he considers them his. They consider him dad because their real dad isn't in their life. So in October, my son, who's a nuclear engineer, lives in Indiana, he called, told me he had a headache. He's a mama's boy. So take some Tylenol. The next day, calls, got a headache and he can't read, get to the hospital. The next day, he calls, Mom, I have a brain tumor. So I called Eric right away, said, James got a brain tumor. He didn't bat an eye. He's like, what time are you picking me up when we're leaving? So we got to Indiana. Long story to make short is we brought him back to Michigan, and it was glioblastoma, high grade, fast, really bad. This kid's never been in a hospital except the day he was born. They kept saying his history, there is no history. He's got allergies to the trees outside, that's it, and died within 7 weeks. But from that moment, he was there, right there by our side, helped me take care of James on hospice. We brought him home. Without God in his life and him being sober, none of that would have happened from him. In fact, I wouldn't have even been able to rely on him to do anything. Because it would have been, I would have had to have been babysitting him again. So thank God that he did become sober. And Life Challenge is a wonderful place. I do like them. The only thing I don't like about them is they don't like cats. So, And I'm a cat person. In fact, we brought 3 cats home from there. That's why I have 8 cats now. But I will tell you, though, Eric, I know his mother, of course, very well. She point blank tells you she doesn't like boys. She didn't like my son. She liked my 2 girls. And I used to feel so bad for Eric. Some of the things, and she will tell you she did them. She has no qualms about it. When I called to tell her my son was on hospice, she proceeded to say, oh, well, I've been in the hospital, blah, blah, blah. Yep, gotta go, goodbye. I just wanted to let you know what was going on. But I have to give God the thanks and the glory because my son knew God and was okay. He was okay. I wasn't okay. I've been a basket case. I still am. He passed in December. I'm still not back to work. Eric has been my rock. I've relied on him for just about everything to help with us in that. With my son's house, Eric has been right there. I scare him driving that far, so he has to drive to Indiana and back, or we might not make it. So, yeah, it would take a week to get there. I pretty much cry the whole way there and back. But I'll tell you, life when he was drinking and doing drugs, having 3 kids was just, I didn't know what I was going to do. I was going to pull my hair out. And God told me to divorce him. And I'm like, God, don't like divorces. But no, he said divorce him, let me take care of him. So I did what God told me to do. I divorced him. Hardest thing because I never stopped loving him. And my kids love him very much. And so God did, even when I tried picking them back up to take care of them, God was like, no, you got to take your hands off. So he said, how can I move you forward while you're worrying about him, and how am I going to move him forward? So I moved forward, became a minister, went to Ross. I still call her Missy, who became a very good friend of mine. And so I've moved forward with that. I do medical billing now, and I get to work from home now. Eric, I don't have to pick him up on Fridays and bring him home because he gets to drive home now. And the grandchildren are laughing because my granddaughter's 23. It's been 23 years since he had a license. So we joked about that the grandkids got their license first, you know. So, but it was funny. But I'm 100%, I do love this man, and he's known that this whole time. Even when we were divorced, I still love this man. And I know he's loved me this whole time. And without his sobriety, we wouldn't have this connection. And until God tells us to marry, we're not getting married again. When God tells us it's time, then we will get married again. And we'll probably have you do it. Because I can't marry us.
We'll officiate our own wedding.
Yeah, we'll officiate our own wedding. But Life Challenge has been a great thing. And we've tried all kinds of things, and we've gone to all the stuff and court order stuff. But Life Challenge, it was, and they did come to our church, and we didn't tell them what it was at first. I kept saying, you got to come and listen to it. And then he kept saying, do you want me to go? And my answer was, it wasn't up to me. It's up to you. You got to do it for you this time, don't do it for us, because it never works. And this time he did it for him. And I thank God it worked. And our kids thank God it worked. And I think we'll be together for a long time. Because now we have a puppy. Yeah. And somebody's got to train it, because it doesn't listen to me. So Missy, we'll give it back over to you. And I just wish everybody, to be blessed. And if you know anybody that needs help, we're all here to reach out to. Even if you don't find us, just find a church to go to. There's always somebody there that can help you out, someone to listen to. Find us on Facebook. It's always a good thing.
Well, thank you, Eric and Joni, for joining with him. That was delightful. And I remember so well what it was like to be married to an alcoholic and trying to empathize with their afflicted path. I have a lot to comment on, but we have some awesome speakers coming up, so I'll save most of my comments till later. I do want to say, and I won't tell his testimony, but I do want to tell you, Eric, the very first part of your testimony about your family, your mom and your dad, really shook up my husband, because that's the kind of life he went through. Currently, I don't think some of you know, but some of you don't know, that John and I worked together at Harbor Light. He was a detox supervisor. I was a nursing supervisor for many, many, many years. So we well know the afflictions and the background. And that's why I wanted to tie in the addictions with the sexual assault, the abuse, the domestic violence, because it's always there. It's all the same. It's all in the same bottle, shooken up. And so you kind of shook both of us up while you were speaking, and we really appreciate what you've done. We know that we sympathize with what you went through, Joni, at least I do, because I know there was a joke, and I just want to tell you, I had one joke I could come up with, even though I'm not a comedian, and it really isn't a joke, but it's about the alcoholic. When you live with them and you're walking on those eggshells that one of our speakers talked about earlier, constantly, you do everything that you can to try to please them. And so there's this little story about the wife of the alcoholic who got up one morning to make her husband breakfast, and she wanted it to be perfect, serve it to him in bed, and put the flowers on the tray, and she wasn't sure if he wanted that morning scrambled eggs or fried eggs, so she made him scrambled eggs, and she made him fried eggs and hash browns and biscuits, and she brought this tray of food into him, and he angrily, and I won't use the language that goes with that joke, but he angrily threw the thing across the room, and she says, "What's the matter?" He said, "You fried the wrong darn egg." So that's the kind of life you live. You can't win. You're darned if you do, and you're darned if you don't. Our next speaker, I'm so pleased to have met. She's been exciting. I picked her brain on the phone when I first talked with her. Her life was radically transformed from a life of instability, hurt, confusion, and until she finally encountered Jesus at the age of 29. She well knows the difficulties of growing up in the abusive atmosphere. I had the pleasure of introduction to her from our sound man, who's back there handling all the little difficulties, along with Eric that we've had today, and Michelle. And I enjoyed her conversation. He ran into her, and like we said, we want the community to be involved in this. This is not a New Hope thing. This is not a turning point thing or whatever. We want to get all the community involved in changing the things that are going on in our society and being a help in them. And there's many ways that we can help. As I said earlier, I know you're thinking, oh, I don't have any time to get involved. 1 hour that, can do something. Change one hour. She had told me that when I was picking her brain about some of the things I was curious about, and you'll understand when she starts to give her testimony, that she cleared up some misconceptions that I had. Audra is a woman of faith, and her passion is to see the brokenhearted healed. She willingly accepted the Wounded Heart seminar right away and dug right in, and has been so willing to help. Even the friend that she brought, they helped this morning, helped set up things. Her story will offer to you hope and inspiration to all peoples of life, all lifestyles. May I interject that in this confused world of criticism and judgment, we have to change that. It's not what the world needs. She has shared her inspiring testimony on the 700 Club back in June 26, 2015, and many churches of various denominations. She's been a devoted Christian now for 20 plus years, and she has a ear to teach others, a heart to teach others the biblical principles that have helped her find her wholeness, heal from past hurts and traumas, and identity, understanding. And the rest of our presentations will be about identity. Please welcome to our pulpit, Audra Austin.
I thank God for this opportunity, and we've heard a lot of powerful stories, and we've heard about forgiveness, and we've heard about things that people have went through, and what I'm here to share with you is, you know, my story. I can kind of touch on a little bit of everything. When I was a child, I basically was left at a relative's home. And I grew up in a strife-filled home. My mom, she's gone on to be with the Lord. She ended up giving her life to the Lord, thankfully. And she's gone now, so I want to honor her when I share this. I've forgiven my mother. But my mom was diagnosed with clinical depression for 6 months. Her and my dad were married for 7 years before they even had children. My mom was told she would never have children. And I had a praying grandma. Some of you might know or have had a praying grandma or mom. And my parents were going to adopt, and they actually, my mom thought she had the flu and went to the doctors and found out she was actually pregnant with me. So I know that I'm meant to be here for a time such as this. And I hope that my story encourages you. And what I want to share with you is God loves people. And from the things we go through, and a lot of times the circumstances and situations in our life, they can kind of form a perspective that we have. And sometimes we don't know why we are like we are. And not to say that people are damaged, but I think sometimes people are just, they need to find their way. They need to find out who they are. And for me, this is about identity. I call it my alphabet soup experience. And I'm going to talk a little bit about identity and gender and things like that, because it's so in our society. And people are hurting. And I really see a very vulnerable population, a lot of children nowadays that are they're vulnerable. They've been through these things, and it's like the world is trying to put them in a mold. And I think sometimes children are not really sure of a lot of things, and that's where they need the guidance of their parents, and they need support, strong support around them. So I'm going to share a little bit of my story, and then I'm going to go into a ministry that I'm actually involved in. So I grew up in a strife-filled home. Mom had some mental things going on. My dad was present, but my mom wore the pants in our family. So it was kind of, mom functioned with a lot of her own brokenness. My mother, she was molested when she was younger. So with me, there was generational stuff. So my mom had left me at a relative's home. And then I was molested there, and some horrible things had happened to me, which I didn't even begin to remember a lot of the trauma until I was in like my 30s, my late 30s and 40s. I started remembering some things. To this day, I cannot remember everything, and I thank God for that, because I really don't want to. It's almost like there's a part of my memory that's like a remember the old movie films where it's literally cut out, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I told the Lord, I'm like, Lord, that's okay. I'm like, just heal me. I don't need to remember everything. I'm all right with just knowing that you're with me. So my mom was very unstable growing up, and when I was left at that relative's home, when I came back from there, you know, when children have things happen to them, they don't really, I don't know how to explain this, God help me explain this, but when you're a kid, you know that something's not right when an adult says something inappropriate or does something inappropriate, but you're a child. And when you're a child, you're used to, you know, doing what an adult says. And so a lot of times a child that's had something happen to them, they grow up and, you know, they feel like they can't tell anyone, or there's guilt or there's shame, and there's things that go on with that. So I started having behavioral problems at an early age. I started fighting and acting out in school. I literally had to sit at a table by myself. I was that much of a problem in the classroom. Sexualized as a little kid. Outside at recess, kids did not want to play with me because I was doing inappropriate things. And I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? When you're a kid, you don't know these things. So from that experience, that relative was actually a same-sex relative. So a lot of times we think sometimes that the predator may be male or whatever, but in this instance, it was a same-sex relative. And when you're a child, that can kind of confuse you and mess you up. And so for me, that was very, very confusing. There was also a spiritual dynamic to it, but I don't feel like going into that. I had a grandmother that literally professed to be a witch, would send our pictures back with pins in them and all kinds of stuff like that. And so for me, as a little kid, I was always drawn to the supernatural. You know, I was always drawn to, we would go to church and I would always be drawn to seeing the Stations of the Cross on the wall and things like that. Like I knew that there was a God, but I didn't know that he really wanted anything to do with me. And then when, you know, things had happened to me and I became a teenager and I started getting rebellious and resentful, you know, and my parents divorced, that was, for me, that was the icing on the cake. Was like, okay, so I didn't really know why I was like I was, but for me, I had prayed, God, I don't want my parents to get divorced. And, you know, I understand now that people's free will is involved, you know, when it comes to marriage and things like that. And so when my parents did divorce at 11 years old, I decided I wanted nothing to do with God. And I would skip catechism and all kinds of things, and started drinking. I started smoking dope at 11, 12 years old, and very rebellious. And I felt like God didn't answer that prayer, so he really doesn't care. And that was the wounded part of me. That was from what was going on. You know, when you're young, you don't know. And so I always had, as a teenager, these struggles with my identity, because I saw my mom as, my mom was very abusive verbally. She was very abusive emotionally. My mom, I look back now and my mom was just repeating the pattern. And a lot of times people will do that. It's like, you know, she experienced this abuse with her mother. So now she, you know, it's just repeating the cycle. So that's how my relationship was with my mom. And when my mom remarried, that was the absolute worst for me. I remember when my parents did divorce, watching my dad drive off, and I felt abandoned. I felt abandoned when I was a little kid, when my mom left me with a relative for 3 days where these horrible things happened. So I dealt with abandonment at an early age, and I had rebelled. My mother, my mom, with her own hurts and her own wounds, was what I call very easy prey for this abusive relationship that came along. My mom was recently divorced, and she was working a couple jobs, and she was also a bartender. And in the bar, a lot of the police officers would come in, and my mom met my stepfather, who was, he was a functional alcoholic. And by all means, I have respect for police officers, but yes, there are some that abuse the authority. And there are some that, because of the horrible things that they experience on a daily basis, often, you know, have trouble with alcohol and things like that. So, but to me, as a young person, I didn't care. Here was this guy that comes into my life. He's not my father. I don't like him. So he was very abusive at times. We would usually be walking on eggshells in the home. When he was in one of his, what I call like manic modes, everything was great. Everybody's going on a vacation, everyone's doing something, everything's great, but then it would just take one thing, like we saw earlier today, the cycle of abuse, that there's something that triggers the situation. And then it was terrible. It was, you know, me, my brother, my mother, we were all being physically abused, and then even the dogs being kicked. And then he somehow would always manage to get my mother to agree not to talk to his coworkers, not to pursue the issue, just to let it go, and things would be all wonderful for a little while again. So that was my experience with domestic violence in the home. Even when my mother was married to my father, there was domestic violence in the home. It was more so my mother attacking my dad. So I had grown up from the time I was little with this picture of just this people fighting, just a constant fighting. My dad having to kick down bathroom doors because my mom would be threatening to kill herself, and then now my stepfather just, you know, beating my mom, you know, beating us kids up and all this. So this was a constant thing in my life. There was no stability when I was younger growing up at all in my home. So my stepfather, because he was abusive, and I felt that my mother allowed it a lot of the times, and I had this resentment in my heart towards my mom, this unforgiveness. There was this resentment there. And I made a personal vow, and I'm going to share this with you because I believe this is important, because sometimes we make these vows or we say these things, and we don't realize how this will affect us down the road in our life. And when I remember making the vow that if my mother was what it meant to be a woman, you know, her neediness to have this man abuser, I wanted nothing to do with her. And I began to despise everything, all femininity, so including myself. So, you know, even growing up, there was always that part of me where I would go out with my friends and I would do things, and I looked somewhat normal on the outside, but there was always that question of confusion on the inside of my head, because I did not know what it meant to be female, because I really despised the example of femininity that I had in the home. So, you know, as a teenager, I got involved in a lot of things I shouldn't have, was exposed to pornography. At an early age, my stepfather would leave pornography around the home. And so my journey as a young person, and being confused somewhat, but never really showing it on the outside, was to just go along with what everyone else was doing, and I became promiscuous. And through that, I was wounded by the opposite sex. I remember it was very painful to be a young girl and to go out with a guy and then find out the only reason he's with you is because he bet his coworker that he could sleep with you. So at about, I want to say 18 years old, that was devastating. That was devastating. I thought, well, maybe there's something wrong with me. So here I already have all these thoughts in my head that, you know, I don't like this femininity thing. And, you know, now I've been hurt by the opposite sex. So I was ripe, pretty much. I say ripe for a crisis, an identity crisis in my life. That was very devastating. So at work, I'll never forget, and this is my experience, and so I want you to hear my heart on this. I'm not saying anything against anyone living in the LGBT lifestyle. I'm not, because I've been there. I spent 10 years there. I've walked in those moccasins, so I understand what it's like to walk in those. I got moccasins on, that's why I'm saying that. I understand what it's like to walk in those shoes, but I'm sharing with you a perspective, my journey, that what God did for me. And, you know, just people are vulnerable, people are hurting, and they're brokenhearted. And I'm not saying that there's something wrong with everybody. I'm just saying that sometimes the things we go through, our experiences, can shape our lives, and we don't even realize why. That's how I was. So let me just share this with you. I worked at a job where there was an older lady that came along, several years older than me. She could buy alcohol, seemed real funny, had a boyfriend at the time, and there was that part of me that was starved for motherly attention, because I didn't get that when I was a young person. I didn't get that motherly attention. And so I was always vulnerable in that way because I was looking for that attention, just to be mothered. And it ended up being a situation where I was pretty much being groomed for something. And I found myself at 19 being thrown out of the house, and that was my journey into seeking some form of love and acceptance in the gay lifestyle. And what ended up happening was this person wasn't just grooming me, this person ended up grooming other people. And before you know it, there was another young lady that came to live in the house, and it ended up being this bizarre triangle that basically carried on the cycle of abuse in my life. Domestic abuse, and that is a very common thing in the LGBT lifestyle. A lot of people don't realize that, but it's becoming everly increasing common. You know, I know this for myself, the fights that would break out and things like that. And so when I was 16, I began to have problems with being depressed and suicidal and stuff like that. So when I got into this lifestyle and I was desperately seeking some type of stability, and what I didn't know is the people that I was with were not exactly, they weren't stable themselves. So there was like no stability. And I would go through periodically where I would literally try to kill myself in this situation because I felt there was no way out. I felt there was no way out. I would hand the one person my paycheck, and I didn't have control of my own money. I was driving someone else's car. I didn't really have my own life. And then I would get away for a little while, and I would be doing good. I'd start to get my own job, and I'd start to get my own life together. And then all of a sudden, they would come back into my life, and this cycle would repeat. And what I didn't know, what I didn't know then that I know now was what I was trying to do was have a family. This was so weird. I was trying to replace the family that I had lost and always had been seeking for through being in this cycle with these ladies. And so most of my 20s, I lived under a dark cloud. I would go to the bar, I would party, I would do all these things, but there was always this emptiness that I felt. I got into things like astrology, spell casting, witchcraft. There was always that part of me too that was seeking for the spiritual. I knew that God existed, but gee, he's just way up there and so mad at me and not really interested in my life. And, that's basically drove me to try to get involved in supernatural stuff. And I remember one night, this is when the computer just came out, like the computers were just like, in the 90s. I remember, my friends, they had went somewhere and I was on the computer, and I remember I was really curious, so I looked up some things. I looked up Christianity, don't laugh at the next one, Satanism, and a vampire cult. And so I looked up these things, and I remember reading everything, and I remember looking at the 9 tenets of Satanism. I'm thinking, well, I'm already living like that. I'm doing anything I want with who I want and anything and everything and living to the excess, and I'm miserable. And then I remember looking at the vampire cult when I'm like, yeah, that's kind of gross. I don't think I could do that. And I didn't want to drink blood or anything like that. But then I started reading about Christianity, and it kind of sparked my curiosity and left it at that for a while, until I actually met someone that took the time to be kind and considerate to me, invited me in their home, and actually told me, when I say gospel, they actually shared with me, what does the Bible say about God, how he feels about you, his plans for your life, and that every single person, I don't care who you are, even if somebody's homeless on the street, God has a purpose for that person, and they may not even know it. And that's why when I'm up here and I'm telling you this stuff, I'm saying that a lot of times the things that we, some people it's money, some people it's position, or it's their, a title they have, or a sense of accomplishment. All these things are in the world around us, or a relationship, everything. That's great, but it can never complete us. It can never, how can I explain it? It can never fill the void in your heart. And a lot of us have been through things, and there's hurts in our heart. And so for me, I was very, very hurt. I went from one extreme to the other extreme, and it wasn't until a lady actually, she actually prayed for me. And I remember I left her house and I thought, well, that was a weird experience. and it wasn't really weird if I think about it now, because this lady she's one of my spiritual moms. And when I say that, God did give me people that were kind to me, that showed me what it was like to be female and what it was like to have a mom. And I thank God for that. So, Brother Eric, where's Eric? You know what? God will put people in your life that will be moms for the mom that, you know what? No, that's your wife, but let me tell you, He will. And God loves us so much. If there's a relationship that we are missing in her life, He will bring someone that is godly, that will help fill that area and be that for you. And I believe that. I believe as the church, the body of Christ, we need to be mothers and fathers to people. And this younger generation coming up from broken homes. Like I came up from a broken home, where they might not even know their mom or their dad, and maybe grandma or grandpa's raising them, but we can be their family. I thank God for the Christian men and women that were my family. They became my family. So, I had an identity crisis. And then one night I remember laying in bed, and I remember I had heard, about Jesus and that you need Jesus and all this stuff. But I remember laying in bed, and it just came to me. I made a mess of my life. I made choices. I made a mess of my life. And, Jesus, forgive me and take it back and just do something with it. Do something that matters. Do something that counts. And that was the beginning of my faith journey. And for me, it took about 4 years. I realized that one of the dreams I had always had when I was a little girl was I wanted my own family. And because of the situation and the thing that I saw growing up and all that stuff, I wanted my own family. And then it took some time, but God blessed me today with a godly husband that he has a big family. So it's like I got a family plus. I got church family plus his family. But what I want to talk about is some of the things that I went through mentally. And there's a ministry that I'm involved in. It's called Living Waters. And what we do is I believe it's a 22-week program. And it's for helping you find your identity in Christ. For a lot of folks, there's a lot of resources out there, but for me, the only resource that literally helped me find stability, find peace, find some sense of direction was Jesus Christ. I mean, some people say, well, I don't think I need Jesus, and well, that's fine. But for me, I wanted out of how I was living, and I wanted stability. And I can honestly say to you, 20-some years later, I still go through things. I'm still working on certain battles in my life. Menopause is one of them. But Jesus has been there for me, and He is my stability. And my heart is to, there's a lot of this gender stuff out there where people they don't understand. There's a lot of confusion. There's all kinds of labels now, and back when I was involved in that, there was not a lot of labels. I don't know, honestly, where all that came from. I'm just being honest with you. But I will tell you this. There is something going on globally for our kids. And I'm not saying this against a certain group of people, because what you're seeing right now in the world is there is a rise. There's even people in the gay and lesbian community speaking out against the transitioning stuff for the children. If we lose our sovereignty as a nation, and I'm not kidding you, you can go investigate this and do the research I have. Matter of fact, there's on the back tables the ministry that I'm involved in, and there's a book study. I put some very interesting books there. But they want to take away your parental rights. And this is where I feel we have an obligation. These children are coming from a very vulnerable situation like I was. And I'm going to give you an explanation of this. The word dysphoria, you hear gender dysphoria a lot nowadays. It means an unease or dissatisfaction. And gender dysphoria is the feeling that your emotional and psychological identity doesn't match the biological sex that you were born with. Okay, so they say that sometimes this begins usually between the ages of 2 and 4. Well, what can happen to a child between the ages of 2 and 4? A lot. A lot can happen. So, or there's what we're seeing now is rapid onset gender dysphoria, an increasing social phenomenon which affects teens and adults who have identified with their regular biological sex for years. Now, the information I'm giving you, you can go right to Focus on the Family and get this for yourself, but what I'm trying to explain to you, had there have been the social media bombardment and stuff like there was when I was in my 20s, I don't think I would have made it. This was me in my early 20s. I was very confused. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think I would have made it. Had somebody told me, Audra, the answer to your problems is go transition and change your sex and then everything will be okay, I probably would have succumbed to that. And what I'm saying is, I was an adult then. Okay, so adults make decisions. Can a 2 or a 4-year-old, a 5 or a 6-year-old make a decision on changing their sex? I'm saying this because we are not fighting against flesh and blood. This is not a people battle. This is a spiritual battle. There are some pretty dark forces out there. World, this is a global thing that want the kids. I'm not talking about adult stuff. I'm talking about the kids. And, you know, my heart goes out to this because I'll read to you, like, okay, what they say, what makes a child vulnerable to this? Well, everything that I went through when I was a kid. I mean, you know, this is why parents have to be, you know, you got to educate yourself because these kids have this stuff coming at them so fast. In the classroom, on social media, from their peers. When I was a kid, I didn't know what I wanted to eat for dinner the next day or what I was going to wear to school. I just don't believe that this agenda thing has their best interest in mind. And there's a lot of people that would back me on this, even in the LGBT community. I have a social worker that I know that is about 61 years old that cannot even understand it. She said, I'm living in the gay community and I don't understand it. And I said, really? I said, tell me about it. You know, I want your perspective on this. And, you know, she doesn't understand it because when I was living, how I was living for 10 years, there was no focus on kids. There wasn't a focus like that. You know, I knew a couple people that had transitioned or whatever, but there was no focus on the kids. So I want to read this to you. These are what they're saying. And this is something that, I mean, my gosh, a lot of us here might have experienced. Watch for cues that your child may have experienced something that confuses or bothers them. Has there been a breakdown in the child's family life, such as abandonment, foster care, adoption, infidelity, separation, divorce, remarriage? That could have been a lot of us, right? Has the child ever over-identified with perceiving rejection or been abused or abandoned by a parent? Is your child a trauma survivor, or is he or she suffering from depression or mental illness? And then it talks about LGBT influences, you know, which honestly, I don't see a lot of that. I see more of this coming from, to be honest with you, like these world organizations. You can go online, WPATH, WHO, different organizations, okay? And it talks about being victims of sexual abuse. Well, there's a lot of vulnerable kids out there. They were just like I was. And you know, here's the thing is, their parents are being told that you have to do this for your kid or your kid's gonna commit suicide. And I had some statistics, but I didn't want to bring them up here because they're constantly changing. The statistics are greater. If a child goes through transitioning, the statistics are greater that they will commit suicide. It's not the other way around. I mean, because people find out that this is not an end-all be-all, like they're being told. And there was a situation this social worker was sharing with me where a kid just wanted to use the faculty bathroom versus the bathroom with the other kids because he had some bathroom issues. And all of a sudden a teacher said, well, you must want to be a girl then. I mean, so yeah, this is going on. This is going on. And, you know, the church can be non-judgmental, but we have to be protective of our kids. I mean, this is where you draw the line because, you know, I made the choices I made and I went in the direction I made because of some experiences that I had. But these kids, they're innocent. And unless parents are willing to fight for them and willing to take a stand, I mean, I'm just telling you right now, this is bigger than you think. Do your homework, do some research. This is a global thing. This is being pushed. If a nation loses its sovereignty, believe me, if the World Health Organization can make you do other things medically, what makes you think they can't have your kids transition? That's right. I mean, we're living in a day and age, we're either going to be the light and the salt, and we're going to be the change, okay? Or we're going to be basically what I call rolled over. I mean, who else is going to fight for these kids? I mean, we're adults and we know the lasting effects of trauma and things on our life. I mean, what about the kids that are coming up in these homes that, you know, they're vulnerable already and they're being told, no, you know what? Oh, you don't like to play with trucks, so you know what? Maybe you should be a girl instead. Let kids be kids. I think I would have succumbed to this stuff when I was that age. You know, when I was in my early 20s, had I had the bombardment of the social media. But what I want to share with you, I want to leave you on a lighter note. And then I don't know if did I talk over? Or
I did.
Okay. I want to leave you on a lighter note. The ministry that I'm involved with, it is a good ministry. It's Living Waters. We do small groups like churches do small groups. It's a 22-week program. And what we do is we learn about our identity in Christ. I don't know if anybody heard of Andrew Comiskey here. There's a book that we use. There's a book, and if you don't like Scripture, it's probably not for you. If you like Scripture, like I love Scripture, it will help you. I totally believe in what the Bible says about our identity. You know, God basically made us with a purpose, and we're fearfully and wonderfully made. And, you know, if we don't know who we are, there's people out there that will be quick to help you find an identity, right?
Yes.
I don't know, can I get a little end times on you here? Okay, well, think about it. I want you to think about this. Did anybody ever read the book of Revelation?
Yes.
Okay, and it talks about the mark of the beast. If you don't know who you are, there will come a man one day who's going to rule the whole world, tell everybody he's got the solutions to all their problems, and find you one. I don't want his identity. I want to be who God said I am. And I don't want no one to take that from me now that I know who I am. I'm not giving it up to anybody. I don't care what anybody's preconceived thoughts or notions are. I know what God said in his word. He said that if I'm in Christ, I could be a new creation. That the old things, all that old stuff in my life, it's almost like it passed away, and now I'm someone new, but I'm still working through those hurts, working through those wounds. And that's what the Living Waters program is about, where we have small groups, it's confidential. You know, there's what helped me tremendously was realizing there's what's called a mother wound. When you are wounded as a child by your mother, it will affect how you relate to women in authority, female pastors, other women. It affects everything. If you are wounded by your father as a male, it will affect how you relate to other males. It will affect how you relate to men in authority. This is how God designed us. It's the hidden things of the heart that God cares about. He cares about, you know, the condition of our heart. He's the only one that can make us, well, he can't really make us, but he's the one that gives us the power and ability to forgive. Because in our own strength, we can't. In our own strength, you can't forgive somebody that hurt you. That's where he's got to help you do it. The supernatural grace of God, where God says, I know it's hard, and I'm going to help you. And I'm not saying that everything they did was right, because we know that when you are a victim of abuse, you didn't ask for it. You know what I'm saying? You did not ask for that. Nobody asks for that. But there is freedom in forgiving our abusers to the point where it's for us, so that we can live, so that we can go on with our lives, so that we can experience what God has for us. Because if we keep that unforgiveness and hold on to it, it's going to hinder us. We won't grow. It's going to affect our relationship with God, and it will affect our relationship with others. If you are offended at somebody, you're not going to get away with that till you deal with that offense. Because everybody you meet, it's going to be like they're picking at a new wound in your heart. You're going to be sensitive to that. You know, it's like, you know, first you're offended at your pastor, and then before you know it, you're offended at the guy at the grocery store, and then you're offended because it continues. The cycle will continue until we break it, until we go to God and say, God, I don't want to be offended at this person. Help me to love them the way you love them. Help me to see them the way you see them. And sometimes it means the person, if the person is really, you know, like with my mom, I couldn't have my mom in my life on a regular basis because of the toxicity. I loved her. I would call her. I even got a chance to take her to the doctors before she passed. I was in Living Waters, that ministry, when my mom passed. And I thank God I was in that ministry because I dealt with the matters of the heart, and I was able to forgive her before she passed on. But you know, this is what's important. God is a God of relationship. He cares about your relationship with him, and he cares about your relationship with others. So, you know, we can be healed from these hurts. It's a process. We never arrive. I'm still dealing with stuff. You know, I was downstairs in the basement with some of the ladies, and I realized I've got this hypersensitivity. Like, somebody's talking to me, but I'm aware of everything going on around me, and that's from trauma. It's like that's how a lot of times that's how you know, the trauma, where it's like I got to sit at the end seat in case I got to make a quick exit. You know, but we don't even realize that sometimes we do these things. You know what I'm saying? But God wants to heal us. He wants to give us stability. He wants to give you an identity. And as far as the kids, what we're watching is an identity crisis in our generation of, I call it epic proportions. There are people now identifying as what's called transabled. I don't know if anyone saw this on Dr. Phil. A lady poured Drano in her eyes because she felt she should have been born blind to identify as blind. There's a difference between affirming someone and then affirming something that's mentally not right. Now, I hope to God she had a psych eval after that, because that's dangerous. That tells me if she's willing to hurt herself to do something like that, there's something going on with that person. This is not a matter of wanting to identify as a blind person. This is a deeper issue. It's a matter of the heart. You know, but this is what I'm talking about. There's an identity crisis going on, but I truly believe with all my heart that faith in Jesus Christ is what brings hope and healing. And, you know, maybe you're saying to yourself, well, you know, I don't need that. I'm, you know, 50. I don't struggle with my identity. But think about this. What is the fruit in your life? What have you placed your identity in? Are you placing it in your job, your marriage, your this, or are you placing your identity in what God says, in what God says you are and who you are? And I want to give you a scripture, and I'm trying to not make this too preachy if you're not a regular, you know, attending church person, but I'm just telling you right now that God cares about where you're at, whoever you are, whatever you're living in, wherever you find yourself. And I believe with all my heart that, you know, there's no coincidence that I'm alive today and I'm talking about this stuff. I've never seen more and more people in my life struggling with identity, and I know that was something that I struggled with for a long time. I was praying about this, you know, about talking, and this is the scripture that I believe came up that God gave me for you guys all here. And I'm going to read this to you. It's from Matthew 11:27, and this is Jesus. He says, "Come to me, all you who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." Until you really know who you are and whose you are and what he has for you, I really, truly believe that's where that rest comes in. You know, some of us have all our lives been seeking and trying to find ourselves in everything or everyone or in a career or things like that, but there really is no true rest until you come to Jesus and realize that God loved you so much, he sent his son. And basically what Jesus did on the cross was he took the penalty of our sins and what we should have gotten for living so far away from God. And if you look at our society, even probably the most pious of us, our society needs Jesus. We need Jesus. I mean, people get nervous when you talk about Jesus, but we need Jesus.
Yes, we do.
And I believe with all my heart that, you know, like Brother Eric was saying over there, he said, God told him, surrender. I had to surrender my life. And when you surrender your life to Jesus, you know, don't be afraid. I mean, he's not going to send you to be a missionary in Africa if you really don't want to do that. People are afraid that as soon as you surrender your life to Jesus, he's going to put you over and make you. He's already given you desires in your heart that if you know him, you'll find them. So I just want you to be encouraged. Just be encouraged. And if you know people that are struggling with their identity, pray for them. Love them. Love them. Don't be judgmental. Love them where they're at, because, you know, chances are they might have went through something, but pray for them. Somebody prayed for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Audra. That was fantastic. I just want to say that my mind over the past few years has changed tremendously towards being judgmental and critical about people with identity confusion. I had several students that would come in to my classroom, and I knew I was going to have them for 5 or 6 months. One gentleman was a transgender, which I would have never known had he not decided one day to open up and share with me. And the situations that occurred there made me realize that for years I had been way, way too judgmental as a Christian. I mean, we know it's sin, but we can't we have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, all of us. And one's not greater than the other. And some of the things that we've done wrong as a society and in our churches is to shun them instead of loving them and showing them the love of Christ. And it was through that, when I started having so much contact, that I started praying and sharing and going, what do I do, God? Because this man came to me and he said, what do I do now? You know, am I supposed to change back to a woman? I'm married. I'm married to a woman. You know, I've been a man for so many years. And I said, what you need to do is to go to God. I'm sure he's forgiven you for your change. He'll let you know what he wants you to do. We need to love them. We need to bring them in. It's not that we accept any sin, you know. We've always said in this church, and one did one time, an alcoholic comes, you know, to our doors and walks in the door, and he's drunk and smelly. Are we going to push him out the door? No. We had it happen here. It was when John and I worked for so many years at Harbor Light. It was a past fellow who knew where I went to church. Came in here dressed in a white tuxedo. Walked up the aisle, but he was so inebriated. We didn't throw him out the door. We didn't tell him to leave. We took him downstairs so he wouldn't make a commotion, and we prayed for him. And I always wonder what happened to him. We need, as Christians, to just love people. It's not our job to change them, or anybody. It's God's. Our final presentation of today, I'm sure will be a blessing to you all. And this one's going to be hard for me to get through. And was the most difficult to write an introduction for. And every time I tried, it brought a flood of emotion as well as where to even begin. No, she does not have a degree. She doesn't have a position in an agency with credentials. However, experience has definitely given her a tale to tell. She's a poster child for most of our mass media for all the wounded hearts. And as a result, the decals, transfers, etc. that she has created for the seminar have developed a new business for her. Geach Custom Designs. She's the mom of 3 under 9, works, and now is getting very creative with this new business. She's also a domestic violence and sexual assault survivor attempting to overcome misunderstandings and labels that have resulted. She desires to share her story, not only through a message, but a dance. And most importantly, she's my granddaughter. Please welcome Ashley Shimola Geach. I was getting even before you do yours.
Hi, like my grandma said, I'm Ashley Schmolgage, and I'm 31 years old, and I'm a sexual assault survivor.
Turn the mic on.
Is that on the top?
The top one.
Is it on now? Okay. My name's Ashley Schmolgage, 31 years old, and I'm a sexual assault survivor. Over half of you in this church have known me since I was very young. A lot of you seen me growing up, smiling, always happy, carefree, and trusting of almost everyone. At least that's how it was back in 2002. Almost everyone in my subdivision knew each other. But like I said, almost everyone. Remember that. There was the subdivision. There was a subdivision grandparents, Bill and Sydney, who every time they saw any of the kids outside, didn't matter who it was, didn't matter if they knew them, didn't matter if they just moved in, they would come out on their porch during the summer with popsicles and hand them out to every single child. They held most of the events for the subdivision. Right down the street from where me and my family lived was Carrie and Eric. I looked up to Carrie like she was my mother. Grew very close to her and her family. In fact, I started babysitting them, or their kids, not them. I've watched their kids grow up. Reagan, who's now in college in Florida, working for Disney. Wyatt, who was a baby when I first started watching them. He's now 16 years old, just got his first car. Who could forget Scott and Stephanie? 3 doors down. Their kids were all the same ages as me, my brother, and my sister. And Scott's had kids that were not Stephanie's that he would get every other weekend. And Mickey was my best friend in the entire world. Like I said, we were all practically family. We grew up with each other, which brings me to 13. I started babysitting for more fellow people in our neighborhood. It kept me close to home. If I needed anything, I knew my family was right around the corner, and I knew everybody in that neighborhood. Almost everyone. You say that at 13, you should be doing these types of things, you know? Babysitting, growing up with your best friends, playing outside like you're the cheetah girls, because why not, right? Well, word got around to a friend of a friend's mom, Dawn. She had a young boy, Sean, who would occasionally need a babysitter for a couple hours a day. Well, one hot summer day, and this was like 98 degrees. It was super hot. Me and Sean would usually bake cookies for Mom, because Mom was, always working, never had time to really do anything with Sean. So me and Sean did a lot of crafts, a lot of baking, playing outside. This hot summer day, me and him were just not having it. We're like, we're not making cookies. It's too hot to turn on the oven. He didn't want to do any crafts. He was cranky. He's a kid. All kids are. I'm a mom of 3 now, so now I understand why he was so cranky, because my kids don't want to do anything during the hot summer days. They just want to go to the pool, put up the sprinkler, go outside, have fun. So I called my dad. I asked him, I said, hey, Dad, can we go to the pool? I asked him if he could take my brother and my sister with us, because I would not go alone. Never would I ever go alone to the pool. I was 13 years old, let alone I'm babysitting a kid. His mom probably would have absolutely thrown a hissy fit and said no. He told me to call Miss Dawn and ask her if it was okay, which I knew was going to happen. She said it was all right. I was like, cool, let's go to the pool, Sean. Sean's all excited. We put our bathing suits on. Well, he puts his on. We had to walk back to my house to get mine. We were all having a great time swimming, jumping, going to the edge of the pool, throwing a big old cannonball. Then it happened. My dad got out of the pool to go take my sister to the bathroom. And there was a guy. Ordinary guy. Must have lived in the neighborhood because all the kids seemed to know him. He's picking them up by the waist and throwing them into the pool. I thought, well, he's throwing all these other kids. Why can't I do it? So I swam over to him, waited for him to grab my sides, thinking he was going to throw me in. Well, sorry. Instead of being thrown, I got his wet, gross, slimy hand down the bottom of my bathing suit bottoms. I was so ashamed of myself. I was quiet my whole walk home. I went straight to my room, changed, and I did not come out. I blamed myself. Because I thought he was just like a normal guy. My mom finally realized I had not come downstairs. So she came up, asked me if I was okay. I sat quiet for a minute, and then eventually I just sobbed, told her what happened. She immediately got my dad. My dad called the police, and when the police came to my home, I then had to tell them what happened, which then it hurt more, still making me feel like it was my fault. To this day, I'm 32 years old, kids of my own, and I still cannot swim in public places. You say we are loved. You say we are strong. You say we are held. But why? Why, God? Why at that time did I not feel loved, weak, and not held? Why could you let something so terrible happen to me? Why didn't you protect me? Remember what I told you guys to remember? Almost everyone. Almost everyone. We experience expect the world to be like it used to be. Certain date when things were, as we said, carefree, trusting. Well, that's not the world we're living in anymore. Almost everyone we could trust has now become almost everyone is abducted, sold, kidnapped, murdered, raped, and in cases like mine, molested. As a mother of 3, the world we live in truly frightens me. Back to my you say. You say we're loved, God, and loved we are. You say we're strong, and strong we are. You say we are held, Lord, and held we will be. With everything I've been through in my life, and trust me, I could sit here all day and talk to you about it all, because they are glorious testimonies and they're my testimonies. I wouldn't be half the woman, mother, and wife I am today without the blood of Jesus. I don't know how I would have been able to overcome, and I'm still fighting every day to get through the challenges. So I hope you don't mind, but the one way, ever since I was a little girl, I've truly found to express myself in my emotions was to dance. And I'd love to perform today for you.
Keep fighting voices in my mind that say I'm not enough. Every single lie that tells me I will never measure up. Am I more than just the sum of every high and every low? Remind me once again just who I am, because I need to know. Ooh, oh, you say I'm loved when I can't feel a thing. You say I'm strong when I think I'm weak, and you say I'm held when I am falling short, and when I don't belong. Oh, you see me. taking all I have and now I'm laying it at your feet. You'll have every failure, God. You'll have every victory.
Be composed after that. No way. Well, we've come to the close of our seminar today. I want to thank you all for coming and being here. We hope that we've been able to reach all of you, stir you to what's going on in the world today and how much the world needs you. Needs you to help them, love them, show them the way. I would have never gotten through all the challenges, traumas, disappointments, devastation in my life without God. We need to show others that way. Teach them, educate them, and love them, especially love them. I don't know how many years left I have for God to keep me on this earth to be able to make a difference. So I challenge all you that are younger to get out there and make a difference. And you make a difference in just one person's life, like my pastor always says back there. Each one can change one. And somebody said to me, I don't remember who in the last few days, don't worry about the numbers. You never know. If you touch one person, they might grow up to be another major evangelist, a major catechumen, who knows? Somebody special, somebody different. Maybe even a president that will make this great again. I want to thank all those people that have participated in any way, especially New Hope Full Gospel Church, Pastor Tim and Michelle Thorell, Ross Medical Education Center, Turning Point, Seasburgers Cheeseburgers, Port Huron's Times Herald, Way Voice, Geach Designs, Jane and Bill Destros, Margaret Saberon, John Kovacs, and Ron Kramer, sound man back there, and Gypsy Signs that did the beautiful sign out front. I want to thank all of you for attending. And anybody that I've forgotten in any way, I apologize ahead of time. If you are in need of counsel, prayer, the altars will be open for you to have prayer if you feel you need it. If you want counsel, don't forget all the handouts back there. They're for you to take home. They show you what you can do, if it's for an hour, if it's for a full-time job. I don't know what else to say except God bless each and every one of you. I do want to mention Eric. I'm very thankful. My heart has always been with the alcoholics because I always knew that behind all their pain and suffering and their drinking was a traumatic past. And I told you that, like Paul Harvey, now the rest of the story, I told you all those various testimonies early on, that I want you to know that even though I stayed in those situations for a lot of years with unconditional love and causing me a lot of pain, in the end, it was worthwhile, because I had one of those ex-husband alcoholics on his deathbed tell me that the only reason he knew when he died that he was going to heaven was because I loved him, and how could I love him as awful as he was? And he came to Christ in this church. The other one came back into my life after a long time. Ron and I ministered to him when he was dying of cancer. And he had no family that loved him. He had been so terrible throughout his days that he had pushed them all away. All he had was us. And so when his funeral came along, it was just me, my daughters, and my family that supported him. But when he was dying, I remember being called and told that he wasn't going to make it through the day, and rushing to the hospital. I had my dog sit at the bed. I had to call my daughter, Kelly, and have her go get the dogs, and I headed to the hospital. And I walked in, and they said, "Who are you?" And I said, "I'm his ex-wife." And they said, "Okay, he's not responsive." And he was laying in the fetal position. And I walked in, and I started singing Amazing Grace. And I told him, I said, "You know, let go. Just let go." And I said, "If you've got anything you have to confess, confess it now." And he looked up and stared at me, so I knew he knew what I was talking about. And I prayed with him. All those years of suffering, unconditional loving, it meant something to them. And it was worth. Because no matter what you suffer, if you can save one life and get them to Christ, then it's worth it. It's worth it. So remember that. Be sure to pick up any extra handouts that you need and want. And Pastor, do you want to pray a prayer before we leave, or? Oh, you know what? I have to call. I'll pick up. We got 2 more up here, right? Okay. 5784368. 368. Zero. Oh, I didn't do that on purpose, honest. Although she deserves it.
I'd like to say I get emotional sometimes, so just let me get through it. We all go through things in life. We all deal with things in life. But see, it's a matter of difference between being a victor or a victim. See, we have to understand one thing. The world looks at us one way, and they're always going to look at us as a victim. They're never going to look at you as a victor unless you're successful and you're doing the things they want you to do. But thank God, Jesus died on the cross for our sins. And as soon as we ask him into our heart, we're no longer a victim anymore. We're victorious through him. No matter what the world perceives you, no matter how the world sees you, Jesus doesn't see you that way. He loves you. He loves you for who you are, for where you are. And he created you specifically for one thing: to bless him. So think about that today. All the stuff that we have presented to you today is not just to focus on things that the world wants you to see, but we're turning it around to make you see what Jesus wants you to see. It doesn't matter what you've gone through. It doesn't matter to him. Because see, when you ask him into his heart, he changes all of that. His love covers you, and he changes you, and he makes you victorious through him. Just remember that this morning when you're dealing with things. He's always there for you. All you have to do is cry out. It's all you have to do is call on his name, and he'll be there. I'm not trying to get all religious. That's not what this is about. This is about having a relationship with Jesus Christ. Religion has nothing to do with it. It's a personal walk with him. That's what it's about. And it's about being an overcomer. And I hope you receive something from these people. If you have a situation that you need help, consult the help. That's what Jesus would want you to do. Jesus went around ministering to those people that needed him. Now it's time for you to go out and minister to the people that need him. So if you would just bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for the opportunity that we have this morning to share and talk about these things that are prevalent in this world today. And Lord, we see how you've victoriously brought people out of the situations that you were at and that they were in, and you've given them an identity. That's what it's about, Lord. It's about you giving them their identity. Them knowing who you are and what you've done to work through them. And Lord, we ask that if anybody is watching today and doesn't know how to respond, Lord, we ask that you would ask them to just look upon you and ask them to have you come into their heart, because you're the only one that can change them. Our flesh, what we can do, we can't change them. Only you can change them this morning. and this afternoon, Lord. And I ask that you would just touch them where they're at today. Lord, let your Holy Spirit quicken their mortal body and let their spirit be shown to be victorious through you. And let us hold that victorious stance with you. And we thank you and we glorify you. And Lord, we ask that you would keep and protect everything that has been done today, Lord. That you would seal it with your approval. And Lord, that the help that some people may need that have been watching this and listening, Lord, that you would supply the need, that they would be able to get the help that they need. But most of all, that you would get the glory out of all of this. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.